안녕하세요. Your Excellency, honorable speakers, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. A very warm welcome to you to the 4th KIC-EAI Conference on New Biden Era and East Asia, Regional Cooperation amid Turbulence in East Asia. My name is Jiang Minghua, Research Fellow at EAI. It is my great pleasure to be the MC for today's conference. I would like to extend a very warm welcome to all of you today, and I hope you will enjoy the discussions and the exchanges at the conference. To begin with, may I first invite Professor Bill Hoffman, Director of East Asia Institute, to deliver the welcome remarks.
Thank you, Dr. Kyung. It's a great pleasure to open this conference. A warm welcome to all of you, but a special welcome to His Excellency Ambassador An Jung-jip and Dean Kim Jun-yup of the College of International Studies. Annyeonghaseyo. I don't take the Korean lessons unlike Dr. Kyung, but I'm trying. The topic of today, the new Biden era in East Asia, regional cooperation amid turbulence in East Asia, is a very timely and appropriate topic. The Biden administration is in for 2 months, a bit more than 2 months, and they are shaping up to define their international strategy, even though President Biden has said from the start that he will focus on domestic matters first and develop his international strategy in light of the needs of his own people. So it's not America first, but it is still a very America-focused international strategy. At the same time, we have seen some of the international strategy that is emerging, and it is significant that his first international, Biden's first international engagement was at the Munich Security Summit, the annual conference in Munich, this time virtually. And his first international engagements with heads of state was with the Quad. And if you do not know yet what the Quad is, you have to read up on it. Previously, the security arrangements between India, Australia, Japan, and the US. But in their closing statement, we have seen a broadening of the concept of the Quad and an emphasis of the centrality, ASEAN centrality of the Quad, which came a bit as a surprise. But it seems to reflect that the United States and their partners in the Quad have an ambition to make this a much broader instrument in international policy, and particularly in Asia policies. Biden has also refrained from abolishing any of the measures that the Trump administration has taken against China, and overnight has added to those measures by putting more companies on the entities list, which is a list that you do not want to be on as a company. That further limits the engagement between those companies and China. So a lot of moving pieces. At the same time, of course, especially relevant for Korea is what will be Biden's policy vis-a-vis North Korea. And we should not forget the other side of the two superpowers. What is China doing in all this? And China has recently published its 14 five-year plan, where the central economic point, but I think it goes beyond economics. The central economic point is the dual circulation strategy, which frankly largely says that they're going to focus more on the domestic issues and the domestic circulation, building the domestic economy, indigenous innovation. And in addition to that, continue to modernize the military and continue opening up, and RCEP and the KIC, the Comprehensive Agreement on Investment with Europe, play a part in that, but there's clearly a more domestic slant to China's policy. And in addition, for the first time since I can remember, the 14 five-year plan has 2 indicators on security and safety, and namely food security and energy security. So this is a different tack that China is taking in the region as well. And in that context, middle powers such as Korea, middle powers such as Singapore, let me just call it the middle power, need to find their ways on how they interact with the rest of the world economically, but also in terms of foreign relations and in terms of security. So mulling over a number of these items as we do today is very timely and very relevant. And I look forward to learning a lot from the great list of speakers that we have today. And I hope to that we can all learn from those speakers and from the discussion, so that we can have a better understanding on the current situation, but also the possible steps forward for ASEAN, for Korea, and for the rest of the region. With those words, let me thank everybody for joining. Let me thank the speakers, in particular, for spending their time at this conference. Once again, let me thank Dean Kim and Ambassador An for helping to open this conference. And I wish you all a successful conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Hoffman, for the pleasing words and welcome. Next, I would like to invite Professor Kim Jong-Yup, Dean of College of International Studies, Kyung University, to deliver his congratulatory remarks.
Okay, thank you. Hello, Honorable Ambassador An Young-ji, Embassy of Republic of Korea in Singapore, Director of East Asian Institute, Professor Bert Hoffman, National University of Singapore, and all distinguished participants and guests. I would like to express deep gratitude for your invitations and deliver speech in fourth KIC-EAI Conference on New Biden Era and East Asia Regional Cooperation amid turbulence in East Asia. I think this conference is seek the major challenges and opportunities of East Asia regional order in new Biden administration, including power struggle between China and US in terms of the decoupling of trade, technology, finance, and human talents. I think naturally we would say the theme of the conference is to understand US, Korea and China, South and North Korea relations in regional and global level. And in order to encourage a wide spectrum and discussion of external and internal factors in US, China, North and South Korea foreign diplomatic policy after the Singapore and Hanoi summits, and the response to the regional and global economic challenges and opportunities. I think through the whole sessions, I would like to urge all participants discuss and exchange different angles and perspectives in international politics and international relations, political economics, and other subject areas. And then we could come up with new ideas of theoretical and practical insight into the East Asia's regional cooperation. Now I would like to say something about in practical point of view. I think our research collaborations need to expand the more practical level, like a student exchange program in the field of humanity and social science in international area studies. In particular, with the goal of achieving a world peace, we have grown into top-tier international college and graduate school that leads global research through domestic and international academic exchanges and cooperation. I hope in the near future, we also hope to conduct external education support projects with covering the areas of humanity and social science. I just say our college has global Korean studies program, and I think it will be very good, opportunity to have collaboration between Kyung and National Singapore University. In the new era of our relations, our researchers and faculty members share the values in regional and global cooperation and social development through the formations of an international academic community So we would use our cooperation as a stepping stone for the future prosperity and development in Northeast Asia, Europe, and hopefully extend to North America. We will seek ways to cooperate and create future values that can be shared at the local, national, and global levels, and present political, social, and cultural visions for the sustainable planet. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Kim. Now I would like to invite His Excellency Ambassador An Yong-jip to deliver his keynote speech.
Distinguished colleagues, first of all, I'm so sorry to give you some inconvenience that this morning we had some connection problem, but finally we resolved it. Anyhow, dear Professor Bert Hoffman, Director of East Asian Institute, Professor Kim Jun-yeop, Dean, College of International Studies, Kyung University, distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, exactly 6 months have passed since the East Asian Institute held a conference on triangular relations. I offer my compliment to EAI for its effort to broaden studies related to Korean Peninsula, and I am excited to once again take part in your academic venture. We all miss very much being together physically, shaking hands, sharing eye contact, and chatting over coffee breaks. And although the pandemic is lasting much longer than any of us would have foreseen, the world is somewhat closer to the end of the tunnel. In fact, one of the biggest developments since we last met is the advent of vaccines. Another huge development we have seen is the Biden administration. Personally, I had the opportunity to do my graduate studies in Philadelphia, US, and I spent a big chunk of my career doing works directly related to the US. As a junior officer, I worked at the North America Division and also served a few years at our embassy in Washington, DC. As a senior official, I was tasked with the position of Deputy Director General for North America. Perhaps, owing to my career background, I really held my breath on the US presidential election day. The process heading to the election, and more than that, the turbulent transition period, not least the violent storming of US Capitol, were just so not the US that I knew. But through it at all, the Biden administration has been inaugurated. And in many ways, America seems to be back indeed. The Biden administration has reversed many foreign policies of the previous administration. The big exception is China, towards which, as many commentators have pointed out, the US continued to maintain and upgrade its hardline policies. US-China relations have huge consequences across the globe, but nowhere else is impact felt more acutely than in East Asia. Prime Minister Lee Hsien-loong rightly described the sentiment of many countries in the region in his contribution to foreign affairs last year. Quote, Asia-Pacific countries do not wish to be forced to choose between the United States and China. They want to cultivate good relations with both. They cannot afford to alienate China. At the same time, those Asian countries regard the United States as a resident power and with vital interest in the region, unquote. Distinguished colleagues, mindful of Prime Minister Lee's comment, I would like to share the thought of Korean government on a number of issues most relevant to Korea and the region. I'll start with the situation on the Korean Peninsula, then briefly touch upon our foreign policy parameters in the context of US-China rivalry, and conclude with how Korea's new Southern Policy Plus fits into this political landscape. Let me start with the Korean Peninsula. The utmost priority for Korea has been the complete denuclearization of the Korean Peninsula and the establishment of a permanent peace regime. Korea and the US have been closely cooperating on the US review of North Korea policy. During the visit of Secretary Blinken, the two countries agreed to prepare and implement fully coordinated strategy. Further coordination was made during the Korea-US-Japan Trilateral National Security Advisors meeting. Korea is also in consultation with other major players, as seen at the recent foreign ministers meeting with Russia and China. We are deeply concerned about North Korea's recent short-range missile launch. Such actions dampen effort to resume dialogue. My government is under no illusion that the complete denuclearization of the Korean Peninsula and the establishment of a permanent peace can be reached overnight. Thus, we are making effort to take small steps based on the three principles. The first is zero tolerance for war, and the second, a mutual security guarantee, and third, co-prosperity. Let me now zoom out to look at Korea's broader policy stance amidst ongoing US-China competition. The intensifying US-China rivalry has been difficult for Korea, who is an ally of the US and at the same time a close neighbor of China. It's needless to elaborate Korea's relations with the United States. The ROK-US alliance is the linchpin of peace, security, and the prosperity in the Indo-Pacific region. At the same time, we are cognizant of the increasing influence of China in the region and across all fields. China is Korea's largest trade partner and an important partner in resolving matters related to the Korean Peninsula. And we find it important that China seeks harmonious development with neighboring countries and contribute to the peace and the stability in the region and beyond. In this regard, Korea is open to cooperating with any consultative body which is in line with Korea's policy baseline, inclusiveness, openness, and transparency, and contribute to our national interest as well as regional and the global peace and prosperity. There are a number of specific issues concerning which my government is asked black and white questions, including the so-called decoupling of technology and trade, or issues related to fundamental values. Korea maintains that it is important to promote environment that allows predictability and the room for autonomous decision of individual companies. Government efforts to enhance safety and the security will go hand in hand with respect towards the autonomy of the private sector. My government has also been respecting the fundamental value of human rights and democracy, actively participating in the relevant efforts of the international community. We base our position on established international norms, calling for peaceful resolution of disputes. These are parameters that formulate Korea's nuanced response to what some people want to frame through the lens of a simplistic dichotomy. This leads to the final piece of my remarks concerning Korea's new Southern Policy Plus. It is understandable that the US and China are the two largest powers in the region. However, other players also have significant roles to play. And in a sense, these other players can work with one another to hedge their stakes, to create new opportunities for cooperation, which are relatively insulated from great power rivalry, and perhaps to even encourage great powers for more constructive engagement with the region. In this context, President Moon Jae-in announced new Southern Policy Plus, which has become one of his signature foreign policy. The new Southern Policy, also known as NSP, has successfully elevated ASEAN-ROK relations to the level where it enjoys political attention the major powers received. In November last year, the Korean government announced an upgraded version of NSP, that is NSP Plus, announced amidst the COVID-19 pandemic. NSP Plus seeks to reflect the change and the continuity of our cooperation framework. The 7 initiatives put forward by NSP Plus are: first, comprehensive public health cooperation in post-COVID era. And second, share Korean-style education model and support the development of human resources. And third, promote two-way cultural exchange. Fourth is build the foundation of mutually beneficial and sustainable trade and investment. Fifth, support rural villages and the urban infrastructure development. The sixth, cooperate in future industries for common prosperity. And finally, the seventh, cooperate for safety and peace promotion at the transnational level. Dozens of specific projects are being carried out under these initiatives, which I would not elaborate. But I do want to highlight that the cooperation under NSP and now NSP Plus has becoming self-sustaining. Furthermore, NSP Plus is ready to cooperate with the initiatives of other countries as long as they are guided by the principles of openness, transparency, inclusiveness, and the respect to international norms. Distinguished colleagues, the fundamental objective of NSP Plus is to systematically implement people-centered community of peace and prosperity. In this regard, allow me to briefly bring your attention to Korea's reaction to the situation in Myanmar. Korea underwent domestic transition at the cost of many noble lives. We have democracy and we treasure people. Therefore, my government has reiterated its support for the restoration of democracy in Myanmar, as well as respect for the aspiration of Myanmar people. My government has repeatedly called for the immediate release of those detained, including State Councilor Aung San Suu Kyi, an end to violence against the civilians, and the peaceful resolution of the situation in adherence with the lawful and democratic process. These very points were made by President Moon in his Facebook message on March 6. Furthermore, my government took substantive action on 12th of March by suspending exchanges and cooperation in the field of defense and security, prohibiting export of military supplies, and introducing strict export control of dual-use items, and deciding to review the adequacy of current development assistance. The Korean government will work with ASEAN and the international community to restore democracy and peace in Myanmar. Distinguished colleagues, even at the height of Cold War, the US and the Soviet Union found ways to cooperate to eradicate the smallpox. Hopefully, the US and China will also find ways to cooperate on urgent global issues, such as COVID-19 and the climate change. And hopefully, the two countries will find ways to compete while managing the level of tension and the friction, which will open greater diplomatic space for countries in the region. The Biden administration has been in the office for less than 3 months since its inauguration, and thus it's too soon to predict how he will engage the region. For now, I will keep my fingers crossed. I look forward to your insightful comments throughout the day. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ambassador N, for the very insightful keynote speech. May I now invite Professor Hoffman to kickstart the first session, Regional Cooperation, Economics, and Pandemics.
All right, kamsahamnida. Very happy to chair the first session. It's also a session where the rules are going to be set, so let me set the rules. We have 3 speakers and 2 discussants, and 90 minutes. And I do want to keep at least 20 minutes for Q&A, which means that we have 18 minutes per speaker, 9 minutes per discussant, and then a Q&A. Okay, and I'm going to be quite strict. So at 15 minutes, I'll say it's 15 minutes or 3 more minutes, so that we keep the time. We did gain a bit of time actually in the first session, so I can maybe be a bit lenient, but having the discussion is, I think, very important. The first session on regional cooperation, economics, and pandemic is an important one. We live in the COVID era, and as Ambassador Ang said, we all look forward to a quick rollout of the vaccination, and with that a resumption of something of our normal life. But there will also be permanent changes resulting from COVID, not just on the political side, but definitely on the economic side. And to think about that, we're going to use this session. So I'm very pleased to have 3 very good speakers here in this session. And I'd like to call on Professor Moon Dong of the College of International Study to present his presentation on reviving the momentum of multilateralism in East Asia, South Korea's policy under the Biden administration. Professor Moon.
Hello, can you hear me? Okay, thank you for kind introduction, Professor Bert Hoffman, and the Ambassador An, and all the great participants for today's conference. It's my honor and pleasure to make a presentation as the first speaker. Actually, my presentation was about reviving the momentum of multilateralism in East Asia. But I think that this is kind of some overall introduction of some ongoing current issues in East Asia, especially for finding ways of some cooperation in the region. So I think this is kind of perfectly fit for as an introductory presentation for the whole topics of today's conference. At the beginning, I want to express my pleasure that this conference last year, then when I was a dean, then we have to skip, okay, because of the pandemic. But before that, we had the annual conference, the 3rd annual conference, okay, the year before. And when I participated at the time, it was great to meet all the friends and continue to further our cooperative relationships. So even though we have skipped last year, but this year we can resume it. And as we said at the beginning, I hope that next year we can have some kind of in-person direct contact, okay, for deepening our understanding and discussion. So I'm going to use my PPT for showing the scenes. Is that okay? Are you guys all seeing that on my screen? Okay, so this is the title, the Reviving the Momentum of a Multilateralism. So contents, okay, so multilateralism. Now what is multilateralism and why does it matter? That was the kind of beginning. And then at the beginning, some introductory part, I want to quickly overview of the last 50 years East Asian successful cooperation history. And then we moved to some ongoing and current challenges to East Asian cooperation. And I divided these challenges at the national level and international, the regional level, the state-to-state level, and at the global level. And then we need to focus on the second level, the state-to-state level. So I want to share more time on a US-China strategic rivalry that would be the most impending as well as a challenging factor in the region. and I briefly discuss a potential critical issues in the East Asian region. And finally, it's a kind of policy suggestion that what should be done to sustain the momentum of East Asian multilateralism and the East Asian cooperation. So we kind of a briefly overview of some key principles for defining the momentum. The multilateralism, and what is multilateralism and why does it matter? The new administration of the US, so the Biden administration, set its foreign policy kind of doctrine, and basically the two key principles was the most conspicuous. The first one is returning to multilateralism that was distinctively different from a former Trump administration. And then also respect for and strengthening the alliances in confronting China. Here, the multilateralism theoretically has been discussed as some opposite concept to a bilateralism or regionalism, especially in the international economic relations. But I think that the multilateralism has much deeper and much fundamental kind of meanings, in the sense that as we have experienced the Donald Trump administration, that the unilateralism of the US, that had been some big trouble for economic and political and security relationships in the region as well as at the global level. So the key idea of multilateralism has been a more emphasis on some generalized principles of conduct. So the best example of this multilateralism is most favored nation treatment kind of under the GATT WTO system. So the basic idea is that there should be no discrimination and no exclusion, and the general principles should be agreed by consensus. And once that rules are set, then it should be applied and accepted for actors universally. So that is the basic idea of multilateralism that Rogge emphasized in his 1990-30, as well as Kaprasov also emphasized that generalized principles and diffused reciprocity and indivisibility. So this multilateralism is very critical in creating and in strengthening the common grounds for making individual experiences into some common ones, and enabling a mutual learning and creating new perceptions on common interest as well as common identity. So as the constructivists emphasize, that the multilateralism, that is the basis for forming a new ideas and new perceptions and new learnings for creating common interest and the common identity. And also, I believe that this norm of this multilateralism is the key for the survival of liberal international order. So as we all know, that the idea of liberal international order that was proclaimed by Eikenberry since the post-Cold War period. So that is a political commitment to that the market economy, free trade, democracy, and the rule of law, and respect for human rights. And all these things are based on the key, the cornerstone principles of liberal international order. So here the multilateralism is the backbone of liberal international order, which combines the idea of a consensus in rulemaking. And once those rules are made, then there should be a respect and in abiding for those pre-agreed rules and norms. And it, as I mentioned before, the non-discrimination, non-exclusion, and also that the various kind of the fundamental principles of international laws and norms, such as peaceful settlement of disputes and prohibition of unilateral threat or force of peace. As you see, that the importance of multilateralism here is that when we experienced Donald Trump's unilateral United States foreign policy and during his reign, that this unilateralism and all those side effects and then some negative effects of unilateralism, they should be cured and complicated and make up for the new Biden administration's multilateralism and this kind of a consensus respect for the rules and norms and non-discrimination principles. So here, the basic principles of multilateralism is very critical in managing and maintaining the liberal international order, as well as this is also should be accepted and should be developed and deepened in the context of East Asia. And when we briefly look back the last 50 years after World War II, the East Asian cooperation was quite successful, but I think that there have been some key factors for the success of this cooperation. First, as we all know, that during the Cold War and even the post-Cold War period, there had been a very stable and predictable security environment in the region. And of course, this security environment was offered by the United States, strong and unchallenged leadership. And of course, even though the East Asian countries had various kind of sometimes antagonism, sometimes disagreement, sometimes kind of conflict in terms of their historical the interpretation, sometimes territorial disputes, and there had been very tricky and very the explosive issues located there, but there had been some economic should be separated from a security or the diplomatic or other controversial issues. So economy first, and the separation between economic issues and other top political issues. That was also the established principle in the region. And then East Asian countries, they had some kind of similar economic development model, so-called as state-led developmental state system. So these kind of commonalities make possible the East Asian countries for the last 50 years very successful as compared to any other region except for the Europe. And it has been a very successful and very stable and very prosperous kind of a region in the world. Now we are facing a much more deep and fundamental kind of challenges. First one, at domestic level, we can see that at the global level, we see that anti-globalization, populism, and protectionism or nationalism, or even the racism type of things emerged. And the East Asian context, we also can witness some danger of a rise of nationalism, national pride, or the national aggrandization. And the international level, state-to-state level, as we all agree that U.S.-China strategic rivalry, that posing a most challenging kind of problems in the region. And third one, and we also had some global public good provision problems, such as we've seen in the pandemics or the climate change things, air pollution issues, and all those new issues and the new challenges, they should be handled properly. And with this requires much more active and leading work of East Asian countries, especially that the China, Japan, Korea, these three countries should be some much more appropriate the contributor and stakeholder for these global public good problems. So here in this first, the challenges, this is quite, that the commonly understood as some significant challenges at the global level, which means that there has been a less and less support for a global cooperation or the internationalism, the international cooperation. So there has been a less and less, the weakening the basis of the domestic support for globalism. And so logic suggests that the embedded liberalism should be the key factor to support this globalism, but these bases have been weakened since the 1980s, that the neoliberal capitalism should lose that the domestic support because of some hyper-globalization. And of course, this issue was quite commonly applicable in the region of East Asia, but this is less significant in the context of East Asia as compared to some more advanced United States or the European context. However, nationalism, as mentioned, is still very volatile and sometimes very sensitive and explosive issues in East Asia. And the third level, the third session, there had been some discussion on a climate change. And then this session also, we are going to discuss about the climate change issues or the vaccine, the global the health issues. So these global public good that is usually suffer from a free rider problems as well as a insufficient provision of global public good. East Asian countries, especially the leading countries in the region, should take a global leadership and global contribution that are supposed to be taken as a responsible stakeholder in global fields. So enhancing cooperation among East Asian countries, as well as other the global actors, that is another kind of issues that we should care about. However, probably the most significant and most challenging factor in this context is a two-state level challenges. That is U.S.-China strategic rivalry things. And as we discussed throughout the whole today's sessions, and how to handle this strategic rivalry and how to make this kind of the rivalry should be converted into more constructive as well as not that negatively affected in the region. And that is the key issues that we have to think of. So of course, what is the characteristics of this rivalry and how those things hasn't changed. But I assume that, I believe that there has been some consensus that this is not a one-time one. This is not just about a one-dimensional trade issues that Donald Trump initiated. This is much more multi-dimensional one, and this is related to hegemonic power shift between a status quo power and revisionist kind of challenges. And then this is a kind of long-term and full-scale conflict. And so we are just at the beginning of this long the rivalry. And also there has been a high danger of entanglement between economic, security, political, social issues. So the careful management of these the various issues would be a very important in the region. And also there has been a danger that these international tensions or rivalry should be easily utilized or exploited for the domestic political purpose, such as a rise of populism, nationalism, and these kind of the populist or the nationalist kind of the emotions or the tensions would make an international rivalry be much more the aggravated or escalated to an uncontrollable level. And however, I don't think that as some scholars suggest, is this the strategic rivalry would be the new beginning of a new Cold War. I basically don't agree with that perception. It's because there has been we have some long period of accumulation of economic interdependence and social interactions. And so the Cold War kind of some total bloc hostility and bloc kind of a separation is neither possible or not had been that the too costly to move or to materialize toward that direction. And also that the power relationship between the two core is not even at all. So unequal power distribution between the two, the US and China, in terms of a alliance formation and creating blocks, so that the Cold War type of bipolarity is not what we are experiencing now. And more importantly, from some practical aspect, I think that there are many things we can do that this kind of a new Cold War or the bloc, the hostility would be materialized in the near future. There are more things and there are many things we can do to prevent or to delay or to mitigate those kind of tensions and rivalries. Okay, here, then there have been some critical issues we can think of, but what I'm suggesting here is that especially in terms of regional institution building, there have been some competitive dynamics exist here. So as the next presentation discusses about the CPTPP, RCEP type of things, that was the trade, the regimes in East Asian region. And we also witnessed some kind of some financial or monetary or the official development aid competition, okay, also already structured or institutionalized in the region. So what I'm suggesting here is, even though there had been some institutional building rivalry or competition in the region, but when we actually look into these institution building efforts, we can see, okay, that the large room for a overlapping memberships, a overlapping functions, and the room for the connecting and the cooperating or the coexistence or the coordinating these works together, which means that there has been some room that we can use those competitive dynamics for combining and including those things into a much broader multilateral framework. So
three more minutes, yeah.
Okay, the regional institutional, okay, that the rivalries or the institution building dynamics can be used, if we use it wisely and appropriately, can be make a regional divide, okay, the less acutely. So inter-regional divide in global value chains for what is called the economic decoupling things, or some security networks of code plot things, or the high risk of entanglement and escalation. Okay, and all these factors suggest that the pressure, okay, the regional actors and the making choice between the two, this would require the gestures and middle powers. However, in all these kind of institutional rebuilding and reconfiguration efforts, we can find more room that is, okay, the divide, intra-regional divide, can be mitigated or interconnected using overlapping memberships and functions.
Ryan Clark to give his presentation on mitigating COVID-19 and vaccine multilateralism. Dr. Clark.
Thank you very much. And thanks everyone for taking the time out of your busy schedules to spend time with us this morning, especially our friends and colleagues from the Korean Embassy and from our friends onshore in South Korea. We really do appreciate it. So my comments today, I'd like to keep them relatively crisp to give more time for Q&A and discussion. And my comments will be a little bit more narrowly focused, specifically on the U.S. angle, just to keep that parameterized and crisp. So basically, what I'd like to talk about briefly is the strategic effects of COVID-19 and looking at some of the phase transitions or the strategic shifts in planning and the implications that this will likely have to have for American vaccine development and diplomacy in the Asia Pacific region. So just a couple things just to review kind of what's happened over the past year or so and provide some context, and just to look at the net effects of COVID-19 on the American system more broadly. I think one thing to bear in mind is that during the most acute phases of the pandemic in mid-2020, the U.S. aircraft carrier strike groups, USS Theodore Roosevelt and the USS Ronald Reagan, had to be withdrawn from the Asia Pacific due to COVID-19 infection risks. This is something which was quite substantial at the time. And statistically speaking, in terms of historical track record, these withdrawals coincided with a statistical increase in Chinese strategic activities in the South China Sea and the Taiwan Strait, as a purely factual matter. And while the final epidemiological figures are still being adjudicated, it does look like American fatalities from COVID-19 are likely higher than those incurred by American troops during the entire Vietnam War, which is quite substantial if you pause to reflect on that for a minute. Viewing the economic cost of COVID-19, it clearly destabilized the Trump presidency, and available evidence suggests that this was one of the primary reasons for his election loss. There are other factors, there are other issues, as some of our other colleagues have discussed in depth, but this definitely played a contributing role. And I think it's not controversial to suggest that these lessons are not likely lost on American adversaries. It's just something to bear in mind. COVID-19, I think, one of the most interesting aspects of this, if I can say interesting, I don't mean to be cavalier about that, about the COVID-19 pandemic, is how little reliable fundamental information we still don't have about it. Setting aside for a minute the point of origin consideration. So I don't want to get into the lab leak versus natural events. This is being discussed. It's still up in the air. There's a lot of people who have spent decades working on this, and it's still a question mark. But one thing to bear in mind objectively is that this virus did achieve strategic effects against multiple core American interests that in some ways exceeded those that could be achieved with conventional platforms. So for example, the point of origin of a missile can be readily detected and a nation state attribution can be made. But COVID-19 has also had irregular or nonlinear impacts on multiple strategic national assets in the US itself. So for example, some people may not be aware is that a lot of American defense and aerospace manufacturing facilities were at basically severely reduced or were completely shut down, non-productive. They became non-productive assets during some very acute phases of this pandemic. And obviously we saw that the multiple lockdowns of entire population centers in the US at multiple levels, large city, state, large city, medium-sized city, small town, the full spectrum. I think one of the things with infectious disease outbreaks or pandemic outbreaks is you have what are called smoldering effects, basically that this hovers in the environment. And so what that results in is open-ended situational unpredictability. So the question always is, for example, if you're running a factory that's producing critical components, critical strategic components, is the question if you're the chief operating officer is, can we safely resume operations? When can we? Is the virus actually gone? Because the last thing we want to do is open back up and then have another outbreak in a facility. And this is something which is, as a threat type or as a risk, quite different from other risk types that we're more accustomed to analyzing and assessing. I think one thing to keep in mind as well are compounding effects versus localized impacts. So, for example, I think we all know a kinetic effect, conventional use of a conventional use of a conventional platform, they remain confined to a specific location in time and space. But high virulence pathogens do not. We see compounding growth. I mean, it's one of the risks. I remember when the COVID-19 outbreaks first started happening, people would say things, well, you have just as high of a risk of getting into a car accident, for example. And I said, I would say, yes, that's true, but you have a relatively steady rate of car accidents on a daily basis. You're not going to have 15 car accidents in a city on Monday and then wake up on Tuesday have 5,434. It's a very different, the scaling properties are very different. So this is a very different type of risk. This virus, once it got onto US shores, I would argue that we had a discovery of a whole new range of social fissures in American society that, to be honest, were there, but they're pre-existing, but their discovery was accelerated and enhanced by the COVID-19 virus circulating throughout the country. I think it's also just to bear in mind, I don't want to be too over the top about this, but weaponized viruses can be produced with relatively small teams and at a literal fraction of the cost of conventional weapon systems. That's in parallel to the fact that weaponized viruses are also continually being generated in nature. So it's a two-pronged consideration when we're looking at this particular type of risk and these types of considerations that it will have on strategic planning and diplomacy. I think, again, the next big one is the question that a lot of strategic planners, diplomats, private sector executives are thinking about, because it's obviously a very logical, rational thing to assess. I think without speculating too much, one key thing to bear in mind is that any military force or greater population that is able to immediately respond to and contain the next major pandemic would clearly have a major strategic advantage instead of options over an opposing force or population that does not have that same capability. In the case of China, I think one thing to bear in mind too, structurally, is that the Chinese Communist Party also has the ability to force vaccinations domestically, which has the effect of stimulating China's own biopharmaceutical sector through bulk purchases, long-term supply contracts, and other considerations that make vaccine development usually a very high risk, but also a very high return venture if it's done successfully. I think what we're seeing now in terms of vaccine diplomacy in Asia, it's a very interesting situation. In a way, in our world, it's the closest thing to a controlled experiment I think you can see. And in that you're seeing two competing models in the Asia Pacific. You have the state-owned model emanating from China versus mostly publicly traded companies in the West and in the US in particular. So leading American and Western vaccine manufacturers, mostly are publicly traded, and with all of the related considerations regarding information disclosure, transparency, regulatory filings, and all of those fun things. And this has the effect of these companies having to be very strategic and precise regarding which vaccine development projects they pursue. And they have to make very strong current state, current situation justifications across clinical, epidemiological, and financial domains to their shareholders. It's harder for them to take, moonshots if there's not a very clear current state, current situation justification for it. The executive teams will have a lot of issues, a lot of headaches. In the case of Chinese state-owned companies, it's a little bit of a different situation in that, honestly, few of the above considerations apply. This may allow Chinese vaccine developers to take a fundamentally different approach of basically widespread platform development and maintaining multiple options on hot standby for rapid escalation in the event of an outbreak. That's something which is in many ways a fundamentally different model than what a publicly traded company, for example, in the US or in the West, would have the option of taking. So it's quite interesting to note that, I think. Efficacy data from the Sinopharm-Sinovac vaccine is very critical. It will be critical in this round, based on some of the assessments of individuals who I've spoken with who do this for a living. The general view that I've gotten is that there are some issues, of course there are, but on the whole, the efficacy data looks quite promising at this early stage. But that can obviously move in different directions. I don't want to overstate that. I think with vaccines, one other thing to bear in mind is that vaccines are no longer simply a public health consideration. It would be nice if that would have stayed the case, but I think one of the reasons I use the term phase transition is that I think we've gone through a historical inflection point that's probably irreversible. There's been a whole range of myths, I suppose, that have been shaken. One of them, I call it the Silicon Valley effect. And basically, I don't mean to be too flippant about this, but the mindset is that, we're modern people. We don't really need to worry about pandemics anymore because we have iPhones and or Samsung Galaxies. And a lot of the more advanced capabilities that were touted as being solutions prior to this outbreak, predictive analytical software solutions, for example, they proved to be of very little utility if there are no physical products, namely vaccines, but also diagnostics and therapeutics, prophylactics, but fundamentally vaccines to physically directly deal with the virus in question. And despite, I think it's important to note, billions being spent, invested in these software tools over decades, we essentially, when it came down to it, we all locked ourselves indoors under blanket protocols that were very similar to those faced by grandparents and great-grandparents. There's been remarkably little evolution in that specific domain. I think the experience of COVID-19 has really demonstrated that epidemiological risks have a set of properties that make them inherently strategic in an arguably unique manner. And American and Western vaccine developers have to develop a much more fundamental epidemiological data generation and research effort in Asia to drive more precise shareholder-endorsed vaccine development projects. This is quite different from previous approaches. This also includes incentives for private sector activity. And what I say here, kind of just to wrap it up, is that the American firefighter approach of warp speed, it will not likely work twice, fundamentally because China has more fire trucks and more experienced firefighters that are nearby. And I think that's something that has to be taken into account by the Biden administration. Thank you.
All right, Dr. Clark, you saved us quite some time, which is great that we can use it more for discussion. But to kick off the discussion, we have two discussants, and I'd like to invite Dr. Kyung Hee of the College of International Studies at the KIU to give his comments. And I'd like to suggest to limit it to 10 minutes, shorter if possible. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Do you hear me all right? Okay, good, thank you. First of all, I don't know who put me in this section because I'm not an expert in multilateralism and international organization. But in any case, I'll try my best to talk about these issues. First of all, in regard to Professor Moon's presentation, the whole thing, all three presentations, they were very educational and extremely interesting. So it was a very good learning experience for me. He said like multilateralism is the backbone of the liberal international order, which combines the idea of consent in rulemaking, respect for pre-agreed rules and norms, non-discrimination and non-exclusion, peaceful settlement of disagreements, prohibition of unilateral use, and threat of force. All these things sounds very beautiful, and nobody would disagree with these ideas. But the question is, like, even these ideas are actually expounded by America, and America is the one country that who tried to spread these ideas to the rest of the world. But when push comes to shove, America is the one who has the temptation to break all these rules. And when we had a leader like Donald Trump, he wanted to move away from all these things. And that is exactly what is going to happen in East Asia as well. If China, when push comes to shove, China will not follow these rules. For example, South China Sea, and also same thing with Korea or Japan. Well, when Japan wants to take Korea to international court dispute over Dokdo area, South Korea will not respond to that idea. So actually, these ideas sounds very good, and also separating economics with politics. That's not theoretically speaking, it's good, and that's something that we all should pursue. But I'm not quite sure whether these countries can always rationally pursue this path or follow this path when their own country goes into trouble, and particularly when they have leaders and nationalistic leaders in China, Japan, or Korea, and they try to weaponize this their nationalism, and they're more than happy to destroy these rules. And I don't know what we can do in these situations. Particularly when Donald Trump, when America tried to pursue aggressive policies toward China, also China responded very aggressively toward the rest of the countries. And I'm not quite sure. And also Japan, Abe, he tried to pursue a very nationalistic policies. And I'm not quite sure whether we can maintain this kind of multilateralism and rule-based order in East Asia. And also in Europe, we had a leader like Schuman and Monet, all these people creating European nations, EU. But in Asia, I don't know. Do you see leaders in Asia who can pursue this kind of policies? And that contains Professor Sarah as well. We have like, so I'm not sure. In Asia, I think we need leaders who can create this kind of environment, and also leaders who can maintain this kind of order. And I don't see that many leaders in Asia right now. And also all the ideas like multilateralism, pre-agreed rules and norms and non-discrimination, whatever, these are ideas, soft power from the US. We don't have our own, like, and we agree with these ideas. And I'm not quite sure whether China or Japan can play the role of leadership, because I'm not sure whether China will adhere to these rules. So if they're not going to adhere to these rules, it's questionable whether they can play the role of leadership. And also, Professor Moon mentioned like like we have like too much economic interdependence. So new Cold War is not possible between China and the US. And that's exactly what a lot of people have said before the outbreak of World War I. There is too much economic interdependence between Germany and France and England. So the war among these nations are impossible. But at any time, war always is possible. And we saw under Donald Trump, he breaks all the rules, and he takes very aggressive stance towards China. And China has no option but responding to US. And under Biden, same thing is happening. New administration is not any different from Donald Trump. And how is China responding? China is also responding very strongly. And how can you guarantee that new Cold War is not possible? It might be possible. And it always is possible in international relations because nations care more about their domestic and national interest than multilateralism and international organizations. So it all depends on how leaders actually play their role. And actually, I want a great leadership from the US and China, but so far, I don't see great leadership. I think America is also very weak in terms of the leadership role in international arena. They're actually using human rights issue to bully China, and China is not ready to be bullied by the US anymore. But I'm not quite sure China has the soft power to lead the world either. So a new Cold War not happening. It's not we don't have a deterministic path simply because we have like too much economic interdependence does not mean that we are not going to have another round of Cold War. It greatly depends upon the leadership role played by the US and China. And as far as I'm concerned, US actually should not push China too far. They're actually trying to bully and push China too far. And at the same time, China should not try to flex their muscle. The moment they try to flex their muscle, they will not be able to lead the world. So, and it's a very delicate and difficult situation. So, and also, it's a great temptation trying to weaponize economic interdependence. All the nations will try to weaponize their. If South Korea does not, let's say, if South Korea, U.S. and China, they're trying to force force South Korea to make a choice: alliance with the U.S. or alliance with China. And if let's say South Korea choose the U.S., do you think China will just sit there and do nothing and adhere to multilateralism? They've tried to weaponize their economic power to push Korea to their side. So everything is beautiful in theory, but when push comes to shove, I don't know it's that easy. So that's why like we have realpolitik. Political realism is a powerful force, and I don't know what to say. Hopefully, leaders in the U.S. and leaders in China, they do better job than now, and also hopefully leaders in Asia also. In Korea and Japan, they stop try to nationalize their policies toward other countries. But anyway, and like Professor Tong, like you said,
one more minute, please.
Oh shoot, I only have one more. Okay. Anyway, before I go to, oh shoot, where's oh my God, Ryan, where are you? Oh, Ryan. Oh, okay. Anyway, the vaccine idea that was extremely interesting and very strategic thinking, and I agree with you. We need to think about these like this. COVID-19 has been able to destroy a lot of infrastructure of the U.S. and we need to think strategically, and we need to, I guess, think these things seriously and need to do something about it. And I totally agree with you. And that was very interesting and exciting to hear. And also, Sarah, Professor Tong, my question is like, we have like so many complex and too many international organizations in East Asia. And I don't know, don't you think that we need leaders who can actually organize and move forward to a certain thing? Like, which country should lead these organizations? And I don't think Japan has the soft power to lead other Asian nations. And if as long as China maintains this communist regime, I don't know how many countries can actually follow a China. And if these countries are not ready for the leadership, who's going to lead these East Asian organizations? Is it possible for us to have international organizations without leaders and without vision? Is it just going to move automatically? It's like saying things like beautiful, we need multilateralism and we need to work together. This is all beautiful, but like who's going to be leader? Without leader, is it possible to these things to work automatically and spontaneously? That's the question that I'd like to ask to Professor Tong. Okay.
I think it's a more general question. I think also Professor Moon will also be addressed with this question of leadership, because it's a very interesting one. And Henry Chen put a question, similar question in the chat box, and he actually asked whether Japan can lead. But before we go into the discussion, let me turn to Dr. Sarah Chan, who is also giving a comment.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chairman, and thank you very much, James, for helping me to put actually the slides on the screen for viewing. Dr. Lam has actually asked me to comment on Dr. Sarah Tong's presentation. So I'd like to keep my comments short and brief. Leave more time for the Q&A session. Basically, I'd just like to focus on one or two aspects, like more on the regional economic integration aspect. I think Dr. Tong didn't have time to actually address this in the last part of conversation, in the last part of presentation. So I'm going to maybe go a bit more, enhance a bit more on this aspect. All right. Sorry, James. Second slide, please. Thank you. Yes. Dr. has actually rightfully pointed out that compared to the CPTPP, the RCEP scope is actually less ambitious and does not include high-level labor and environmental standards. The exclusion of agriculture in the RCEP is also rather notable. In addition, CPTPP is focused on reducing not only the tariff measures, but also non-tariff barriers. RCEP is geared mainly on cutting the tariffs, which are currently already very low. Nonetheless, I agree with Dr. Tong that the RCEP is still regarded as a significant leap towards a more open multilateral trading system. Right. It is the first and major step towards creating a consistent and cohesive trading zone in Asia and the Pacific. In the short term, RCEP's contribution to the region's trade and volume will be rather modest, especially since the scheduled tariff cuts are not considerably large. Now, this is because over 70% of trade within ASEAN is already done with zero tariffs, but RCEP will likely shape the future of trade in Asia and in the world. Notably, RCEP is the first free trade agreement among China, Japan, and Korea. Although relatively shallow, the RCEP has made possible an agreement among these three economies, of which the progress has been stalling for quite some time. Japan does not have free trade agreements with either China or Korea, which together account for 29% of Japan exports. According to a recent report, a regional integration report just launched by ADB last month in March, right? Under RCEP, Japan's share of tariff-free exports to China will rise from 8% to 86%, and to the ROK or Korea from 90% to 92%. In this vein, RCEP will be a major progress towards a more open international trade system in the region, opening a window for sizable economic gains, particularly for China, Japan, and Korea through greater trade and investment flows. Next slide, please. Now, the potential benefits from these two mega regional trade agreements for Asia far exceed the gains the agreements are expected to generate for the rest of the world. If you see the chart on the left, it is actually taken from, extracted from very new research done by these two authors, Petrie and Plummer, right? They actually calculate the potential gains that these two mega regional trade agreements can actually generate, right? CPTPP is estimated to increase world real income by 147 billion by 2030, with RCEP adding another 186 billion US dollars. The RCEP members are expected to gain 174 billion US dollars in real income by 2030, equivalent to 0.4% of members' aggregate GDP. Now, these authors have done some very in-depth, like econometric modeling exercises. We show a forecast that these +3 economies will benefit the most, with likely gains of $55 billion for China, $48 billion for Japan, and 23 billion for Korea. This is due to their sheer economic size and comparative advantage in higher end, richer value-added segments of higher population. What about the other ASEAN members? Other significant RCEP gains will accrue to Indonesia, Malaysia, and Vietnam. They will benefit from larger intra-regional trade, stronger regional value chain linkages, and the opening up of more opportunities for foreign direct investment. Now, at present, regional value chain linkages among the RCEP members remain below the regional average, right? Okay, this is actually the figures that I'm going to quote are actually from recent research done by the authors Kyung et al. According to their study, the overall regional value chain participation rate among the RCEP economies was 47%, and their complex regional value chain participation rate was 16% in 2018, lower than the regional average of 49% and 26% respectively. This implies that 47% of trade among the RCEP signatories entails production stages in at least 2 member economies, and 16% of their trade involves intermediate goods crossing borders at least twice before final goods are exported. So, with greater trade liberalization, RCEP members have the potential to expand their regional value chain participation rates to match or even exceed the regional average. Right, coming to my other slide, which is the last slide. One point I would like to highlight is that there have been exercises done by this traditional economic modeling modeling which capture which generate the potential gains, which estimate the gains that these free trade agreements are going to generate, but there are potential gains from we should not forget that there are actually potential gains from domestic structural and policy reforms. These are often greater than the gains from trade. Okay, beyond the gains from free trade in goods and services, there are hidden benefits from RCEP, right? In the sense that you ensure domestic reforms and economic restructuring. Free trade agreement members could take the regional trading bloc as a springboard to deepen economic reforms and improve industrial competitiveness. Now, these dynamic gains, difficult to capture through economic modeling, more often than not, far exceed the numeral economic gains forecast. So I think I thought I would like to just like to highlight this point, which is quite important. Lastly, Dr. Tong has mentioned in a presentation that there are anti-globalization sentiments and the COVID pandemic can deter economic regionalization efforts. So I see in a way that RCEP can actually help to build trade and economic resilience. So it's clear that the pandemic has disrupted cross-border trade and supply chains due to border closures and travel restrictions. RCEP is significant in the sense that it reaffirms the region's strong commitments to open trade and investment, and bolsters the rule-based international trading system. So it is symbolic economically, and it is also significant also for the region and the world. So yeah, with this I'll just I'll just stop here. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Chan. All right, so we've had some comments, and I will go briefly back to the speakers to give an initial reaction, especially about this issue of leadership, but also about the economic gains of integration and what is the next step. They're actually surprisingly small, but and China is the big winner of that regional integration as far as I can already of the RCEP. I find that interesting. But I'd like to hear some observations of the speaker, and then anybody who would like to raise further questions, please put it in the chat box. Henry Chan has already put something in the chat box. I take the Japan leadership question is already in the mix, so maybe Dr. Moon will answer that. But then anybody else, please put your question in the chat box or raise your blue hand. Either way, if you have your camera on, then I can see whether you actually have a question. But if not, please put it in the chat box. Without further ado, Dr. Moon, you have any initial reaction to the discussants?
Okay, thank you. I'm not sure how I can respond to the Professor Young's kind of is wild and so much fundamental kind of question. Yes, I agree that, but I hate to say, or I hate to hear that beautiful in theory, but, or the beautiful in kind of arguments, but in reality, yes. But however, I basically agree that with Young's point that, as we say, that the multilateralism, dividing the momentum of a cooperation, multilateralism, those things are beautiful in theory, but in reality, is it possible? Is it realistic? And you mentioned that the leader is the kind of key factor in reviving those momentums. But I don't like to go to too pessimistic or too reductionist kind of position. I personally believe that even though, yeah, America's concept of liberal international order, it reveals lots of problems and handicaps. However, I think that the Donald Trump administration and Biden administration, their kind of announcements, their kind of claims of what, okay, the foreign policy doctrine, that makes some difference. That makes some significant impacts in the region, which means that after the Donald Trump, okay, that all those kind of unilateralism and all kind of destruction of pre-agreed rules and norms that do a huge negative impacts global cooperation as well as a regional cooperation. Now Biden tried to revive some kind of new direction, and they tried to put multilateralism as a new direction. I think that has some meanings, and that meanings is not just the idealistic one, that has some realistic, okay, that the material kind of impacts. So yes, as you said, okay, there had been some limits, and there is no leaders, as some says that now is a zero, okay, that the no, okay, the leaders at all. However, still that the Biden administration do new approaches, as well as some respond to those kind of new leadership and East Asian countries, okay, the efforts to reviving multilateralism, that had certain impact. I think that the Professor Yang, okay, that you had some kind of some sympathetic to a constructivist logic, so arguments, dialogue, mutual understanding, argumentation, and all those things do have some material impacts that has been usually ignored by some mainstream views of the realism or the institutionalism. So I think that there has been some room that a new dialogues, new approaches, and new leadership can make a certain differences, I hope. And as I said, okay, as you mentioned, I'm not saying that there was no kind of inevitability in a social science or the human affairs. I'm not saying that there is no way, no possibility of new Cold War. I'm suggesting that it's not developed, it's not materialized. It has been realized the new Cold War already. I'm just saying that not yet. We have enough things, we have enough room, and we have enough efforts to make those things, okay, to be delayed, to be mitigated, to be changed its direction. So I think that the difference between I and Professor Yang is I latter a much more optimistic. I believe that there have been some things we can make. Now, the another points that I briefly mentioned, this is kind of question to a professor, the Kyung, that I think that that's the CPTPP and RCEP had some kind of regional leadership kind of, okay, the rivalry issues involved here. So the Japan's leadership and China's leadership, or even the United States, the original design of TPP thing had all kind of a regional leadership related to an institution building. So my question here is that, how do you think about the United States returning to TPP, the original plan, so that the making a co-leadership with Japan, and that the making a leadership of the United States in East Asia much more conspicuous? Okay, so what do you prospect? What's your expectation about a TPP design had been revived, reactivated, so that the TPP would be a some United States tool for pivoting in Asia. So I'm just wondering your opinion.
Let's turn to Dr. Tong on this particular issue, but also more broader issues. Basically, who's going to drive further integration? All these wonderful steps that can still be taken in RCEP, but who's going to drive that process?
Thank you, Professor Hauptmann, for the questions you earlier raised, and then the two discussant comments in Professor Moon's. Let me say three things, not three things, let me respond to three sort of questions. Number one, I think I want to revisit my discussion on RCEP. I think RCEP helped to harmonize the rules, which I forgot, I couldn't think of this word. I think that's an important. Sarah Chen has also mentioned quite a bit of discussion on the benefits of RCEP. My tiny question on Sarah Chen's comments is the study for 2021, does it include India? So that's just a clarification. So yes, and the last point about RCEP is, I think Sarah Chen mentioned, China had made quite a substantial concession in RCEP, although the benefits is quite large for ASEAN. I think that's what Sarah was mentioning. That's the RCEP issue. The second issue is on CPTPP. I think CPTPP sounds quite sort of high up there for RCEP, for the regional integration as an aspiration. But I think also it can be step by step moving toward that direction. So for example, there are basically CPTPP is also a series of bilateral agreement, although they include a lot of high level issues. China has already voiced, or at least indicated its intention to join. So a lot needs to be done if China were to be part of that in the medium term, not very short term, but it's not unthinkable. But it do need to have, China has to do a lot, and I think the rest of CPTPP members will also have to be thinking about the possibility. The question about US returning or coming back, I had attended some seminars and discussions on the issue. My impression is that it's not going to happen very soon, if it happens at all. So not in a sort of the first couple years of Biden's, or maybe even the first term of Biden's administration, if it is the first term. So that's my impression from what I heard, for many reasons, which I will not recite. So those are the impression I have from what I heard, discussions by some experts. The last question, sort of this question is not last, but it's tied into a lot of other questions about the leadership. So I think Professor Young's point is that the China-US rivalry for Asia, that under that context, who's going to lead the East Asian integration? China, US, or Henry wrote in the chat box, Japan. I think within Asia, the China-Japan rivalry has been there and has been there for a long time. I tend to think these two countries, US, China will have to deal with each other, and China-Japan has to even more so deal with each other with more urgent, not necessarily urgency, it's just there's no other way. So that's the first point. between these two countries, I think economically, I think Professor Moon mentioned, or maybe Professor Young mentioned, as long as the Communist Party is in charge, very few countries would like to follow, which is true. But when we are talking about regional integration, regional trade, or interaction arrangement, I believe China can play a more important role. Not necessarily the sole leader of the region, but I think China can do more to demonstrate its capacity to lead regional integration efforts. So that would be my response to that. Because China has its capacity. Sarah mentioned about the regional supply chain. All those intense interdependence, particularly among China, Japan, and Korea, these three countries, I think, can do a lot. I mean, ASEAN neutrality is always there, which is good, which is useful, which cannot necessarily be a very instrumental for East Asian integration. So it's important, but I sort of thinking we need something else in addition to that centrality, in that I think China can play a more important role, or maybe not a leadership, but the first in line. So that's my sense. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Just as an economist, I would like to clarify that what political scientists call concessions in trade agreements means actually that you get the most benefit. So it's very logical that China gets the most benefit out of RCEPs because they made concessions. Opening up gives you more benefits, and so that is quite clearly linked.
Okay, thanks for the clarification.
I know you're an economist, Dr. Tong, but it is it's an important point to make. Look, on the US side, I don't know whether Lance Gore wants to come in, but it's almost a quad-based strategy, if you want, as an alternative to some of the patterns that are currently emerging, where China is playing an increasingly leadership role, whether upfront or leading from behind, with ASEAN nominally taking the lead. Of course, ASEAN itself as an organization is hard to take the lead, but ASEAN as a combination of countries is very central to the development.
Right, it's 2 o'clock in Korean time, so 1 o'clock in Singapore time. So we are going to start in the second session, regional cooperation amid strategic challenges. I would like to have each presenter as 20 minutes and 10 minutes for the discussions, and then another 10 minutes for the wrap up. So I think I would say the second session first presenter, Professor Park Han-gyu and Yang Jun-hee. The topic is the South Korea's strategic options in middle of US-Chinese strategic competition under Biden administration. So, Professor Park, are you ready?
First of all, I'd like to talk about the possible South Korea's strategic option in the middle of US-China strategic competition under Biden administration. This paper is actually co-authored by Professor Yang Jun-hee and me. I have too many pages for today's presentation, so I'm afraid I can finish it on time. Anyway, I will do my best. Okay, first of all, let me share my screen with you. So can you see my screen? Okay, this is the order of a presentation. First, we will examine the Biden's policy toward China, focusing on the policy goals and instruments. Secondly, we will illuminate the prospects for US-China relations during the Biden administration. Thirdly, we will, review South Korea's possible strategic options in the middle of big power library, including the US ROK alliance and South Korea's policy toward China, and an alternative way to enhance the South Korea's autonomy in the middle of the big power library. As you know, South Korea has been historically much influenced and constrained by big power library, the surrounding Korean peninsula. As the strategic competition between the US and China has intensified recently, it is likely that it will have a great impact on South Korea's foreign policy in the years to come. So far, South Korea has maintained a so-called double-hedged strategy, that is the United States for security, China for economy. However, as both Washington and Beijing are increasing their pressures on South Korea to join their side in the competition respectively, it is very difficult for South Korea to maintain the strategic ambivalence between two countries. So Korea is now faced with a major diplomatic challenge to make a choice between them. So under these circumstances, South Korea cannot help but make a strategic choice adeptly instead of the maintaining a strategic ambivalence. So we think that the intensifying big power rivalry between Washington and Beijing is likely to transform international system to more competitive, realist, world in the foreseeable future, rather than liberalist, cooperative international order. So under these circumstances, we recommend that South Korea should evaluate its current foreign policy and establish a more pragmatic strategy based upon the operating principles of political realism in international relations, while avoiding political, ideological, and domestic political consideration in foreign policy making. First of all, let me explain the essence of the Biden's strategy toward China. The goal is to push back China. The top priority of the Biden's foreign policy toward China is to push back China in the region. And President Biden said the United States aligned democracies in the world to broadly pressure China. And U.S. Secretary of State Blinken also said that managing the U.S.-China relations will be the biggest challenge to U.S. The interest of the American people in the 21st century. He also described China as the only country with economic and military technological power to seriously challenge the United States in the 21st century. And also, China is a formidable revisionist power to disturb international system created and led by the United States. So he said that the United States needs to engage China from position of strength. In doing so, Biden administration suggested those principles in their strategy toward China. They are, let me skip this part. These principles are American leadership and engagement and cooperation with allies and partners. Okay, so this is kind of the policy tools. Okay, in achieving the U.S. goal, foreign policy goal of pushing back China in the region. So, according to interim national security strategy guidance released in March 2021, to convey in this interim report conveys President Biden's vision for how to America engage with world. Okay, so in this interim report, President Biden said that the United States will try to regain its leadership in the various international and regional organizations, and also in doing so, United States work with allies and partners because the alliances will amplify the U.S. power in the world to check China. And then Secondly, let me illuminate the prospects for U.S.-China relations under Biden administration. The Alaska meetings attended by the top U.S.-Chinese officials, national security and foreign policy, was regarded as kind of the barometer for bilateral relations during the Biden administration, as they exchanged acrimonious remarks toward each other in the meetings. It seems that China-U.S. relations is going to be very tough and rough in the years to come. So in the meetings, Blinken, laid out various U.S. concerns toward China, including unfair trade, human rights issues in China and Taiwan issue, the Chinese assertiveness in the South China Sea, and cyber attacks, and economic coercion toward its U.S. allies, and the way the China handled the COVID-19 pandemic. So he said that all these Chinese actions threaten the interest of the United States. And then the National Security Advisor, Jack Sullivan, also said that he added that United States does not seek conflict, but expects a stiff competition with United States. In response, Chinese side, the Communist Politburo member Yang Jiechi said that U.S. has no right to intervene in domestic affairs of China, which is the core interest where China has no room to make a compromise. And he also said the U.S. should stop pushing its own version of democracy on China, since the United States itself is failing to deal with its own human rights issues. And he also maintained that both countries should come together to build a new type of international relations. Under some regional issues, he argued that United States is overstretched. So after the Alaska meetings, both the United States and Washington show their willingness, to gather their, friendly countries around them. First of all, for the U.S. side, to push back China in the Indo-Pacific region, U.S. is now making an increasing effort to work together in common cause that is defending democracy against autocracy at home and abroad with allies and like-minded countries in the various parts of the world. So I explain here, the various U.S. attempts to gather its allies and like-minded to cope with, to push back China around the world. Okay, I do not want to go into detail. Anyway, so this U.S. strategy emphasizing democratic values as a common cause seemed to be very effective in building alliance and partnership among like-minded countries, rather than a strategy based upon material benefits such as economic benefits, because China can also provide almost the same amount of economic benefits to these countries as the United States can do. In response, China is also trying to fold kind of the pro-China network around the world. This Chinese responses has two ways. First, to establish partnership or at least the cooperative relations with countries which are adversarial or competitive with the United States. Secondly, to build a regional and global network of economic partnership with countries that have a large stake in the Chinese market. Okay, to establish partnership with countries adversarial to Washington. Right after the Alaska meetings, the Wang Yi met the Russian foreign ministers. Chinese President Xi sent a letter to North Korean leader emphasizing, promising to strengthen its alliance with North Korea and provide economic support for North Korean people. And also Wang Yi visited Turkey and Iran recently. Secondly, to build a regional economic cooperation network based upon Chinese economic power, China was very, very actively, participate in RCEP. That was the topic in the previous session. So we think that, China, RCEP, okay, this is economic regional cooperation. However, from the strategic point, this RCEP is like to serve Chinese national interests, will make China more powerful economically and politically in the region. Okay, and KIC, and like that. I do not have time to go in detail all these, Chinese, the activities to form a friendly alliance vis-a-vis the United States. Anyway, so this is likely to be a severe strategic competition, not only in the military, but also in other critical areas of trade, technology, and etc. between these two countries. Okay, let me check the time. Okay, so now let me discuss about the South Korea's plausible, strategic options in the middle of the big power library. South Korea so far has maintained the double hedging strategy that I just explained before. So that is, United States for security, China for economy. This strategy has been very instrumental and effective in managing Seoul's relations with Washington and China. However, it has become harder for Seoul to maintain such an ambiguous strategy between them. So as the international system is more likely to turn to realist world, the strategic choice South Korea should should be made based upon the pragmatism and principles of political realism, but not on the political ideological propensity or domestic political calculations. It is also important to, make a strategic choice. Plausible, choices. We think that it is necessary to evaluate the context of the strategic competition between United States and China during the Biden administration. There is ongoing debate among the American scholars about the U.S. strategy toward China, whether it should be the new type of Cold War containment policy or should be, competitive coexistence policy like that. But we think that, that Biden administration seems to adopt a strategy of competitive coexistence with China. President Biden said that the bilateral relationship will be competition, if not conflict. And also, as I mentioned just before, the State Secretary, U.S. Secretary of State Blinken said that, the relationship between two countries will be the competitive, collaborative, or adversarial when it is necessary. It must be. So, the United States does not seek the conflict, but expecting the stiff competition between two countries in the years to come. So against this backdrop of Biden's strategy of competitive coexistence toward China, we think that South Korea is required to, first, to further strengthen its alliance with the United States. Secondly, to approach China within the context of ROK-US alliance. Thirdly, formulating a new alternative to forge, to enhance its autonomy in the middle of intensifying strategic competition between Washington and Beijing. Okay. So first of all, it is very important for Seoul to manage its alliance with the United States, not to send a wrong signal to the United States that Seoul is tilting toward China in US-China competition, because United States has been the most important geopolitical, actor affecting South Korean foreign policy for the last 70 years. And also the bilateral alliance has been the cornerstone for Seoul's national security, economic prosperity until now. So the bottom line here is that the benefits of changing alliance partner are not yet to outweigh significantly the cost of maintaining the existing bilateral alliance in the foreseeable future. Okay, secondly, South Korea should make every effort to maintain cooperative and friendly relations with China as much as possible, but within the range of not disturbing the overall ROK-US alliance relationship, which is the most important factor for South Korea's security and economic development in the future. However, even though South Korea, put emphasis on the bilateral alliance, but it is almost impossible to cut its ties with China while being sided with the United States, because China, as the largest economic partner to South Korea, it is neighboring geopolitical power adjacent to Korean Peninsula. However, the Seoul's policy should not be confronted with objectives of U.S. strategy and toward China. Thirdly, but not least, the Seoul needs to develop a strategy in order to enhance its autonomy in the middle of intensifying big power rivalry. First, it is necessary to increase substantially its cooperative relations with ASEAN and India through its new Southern policy. By doing so, South Korea can find next China for its exports in the middle of trade war between Beijing and Washington. At the same time, Seoul needs to work together within the like-minded countries such as EU countries, Japan, Australia, and other democracies, which are both US allies or friendly countries, while having deep economic interdependence with China. So by working together with these countries, South Korea can effectively deal with China's use of economic coercion to targeted countries for political reasons and diffuse US pressure to join an explicit anti-China network. So we discussed these three policies in greater detail in the following pages, but I think it's out of time. So I want to explain these policies in detail when we respond to dozen discussions and questions from the audience. Thank you very much. I'm going to stop here. I'm finished.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your on-time presentation. Very informative, and talk about the how Korea's position and the options like double hedging strategies, like US for security, China's for economy, and also talk about some US side as pushing back to Chinese, and talking about some Blinken's what the relationship between China's competition when it should be, and collaborative when it can be, and adversarial when it must be. So I think it will be very important, saying that what the US at moment the positions, and toward China's could be some competition coexistence. I think it's pretty certain that what the Biden's administration could happen to be in the next couple of years for that kind of thing. Okay, now I would say thank you very much for your very informative presentation, Professor Park Han-gyu and Yang Jun-hee. And now Dr. Lee Nan, the US, China, and North Korea condominium after the Singapore Hanoi summit, and what can be learned from North Korea condoms. Professor Lee Nan, if you're ready, please talk about this issue. Okay, thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Instead of just China, I'll talk about a different subject. Since I've been thinking about this issue, maybe we could learn something from this conundrum First of all, let me look at the origins of the conundrum, because this presentation talks a little bit more about international relations theory to see to what extent they can account for this conundrum. Because I think it's important, and then we get a sense what is better than others. I think a central reason for the conundrum is the end of the Cold War. Because during the Cold War, we see we got a bipolar sort of competition, two spheres of influence. Soviet Union and China can provide security for North Korea, so there was no reason for North Korea to acquire nuclear weapons. Actually, Soviet Union provided nuclear technologies, but they were mainly for power generation. I mean, it's for peaceful use. There are safeguards, so there was no interest in order for North Korea to develop nuclear weapons. China is the same, provides conventional arms. Other than that, I think the position of North Korea is quite secure. It's very insulated. It's surrounded by waters on both sides. In the rear, there are two great powers. They're allies, former allies of North Korea. They provide security. So North Korea only has one friend, which is the southern front. But in that area, I think North Korea still has some comparative advantages. You got a demilitarized zone, which is a pretty good buffer. Other than that, I think North Korea has a very credible conventional deterrence against US and South Korea. Because it's long-range artillery, short-range ballistic missiles, they can cover the city of Seoul. If I remember correctly, half of the South Korean population live in the city of Seoul. So that's good, credible conventional deterrence. So that, basically, I think that this whole conundrum is a product of security dilemma. I mean, kind of mutual perception of the other side being offensive to the point you need to build up your arms to cope with that. And then the other side seeing you build up as an offensive, approach, and that drives a sort of arms race, that sort of spiral effect. I think it's an issue of security dilemma. The final point I want to make is, new realism makes some sense here. Bipolarity provides a measure of stability and predictability. Got two spheres of influence, based on competition, but it's also a stabilized competition. Members of each camps, of sphere of influence, they gain security, so they're protected by the larger powers. So in anarchy, sure, I mean, there is no overriding authority. It's a self-help system. You have to count on yourself to provide security. But you got this sort of spheres of influence that provides a measure of security. The second issue I want to cover, the earlier, people talk about multilateralism, to what extent it provides and explains success in security. Sure, there are examples of success, US Soviet Union arms control treaty and so forth. There are confidence building measures that works and so forth. But on the Korean Peninsula, multilateral and bilateral diplomacy didn't seem to work. It's a unhappy statement, but it really tells something about what went wrong. I mean, because we know that there are three agreements, right? The agreed framework back in 1994, 6-party talks, 2007, that led to an agreement. And finally, the Singapore summit, which took place a couple of years ago, that led to a joint statement. The themes are pretty similar, basically North Korea denuclearized in exchange for normalizing trade relations, lifting of economic sanctions, end of hostility, security guarantee, resume diplomatic relations, and so forth. That sort of issue linkage kind of approach. The three agreements are similar if you analyze the content, except two of them are bilateral. The 94 agreed framework is a bilateral between US and South Korea and North Korea. The Singapore summit is bilateral, US and North Korea. The six-party talks is a multilateral. And they don't seem to make a difference, All these agreements collapse. They can't be implemented. That's the problem. So let me go back to the neoliberal, institutionalism, particularly in terms of regime theory, to see to what extent, this approach can account for what has been going on, these three agreements, Regime theory is a neoliberal institutionalist approach to understanding international politics, particularly in terms of cooperation, and based on analysis of games, game theory. Some of you may probably be familiar with the game theory. For instance, Prisoner's Dilemma. What's the other one? The stackhand. The French philosopher, Jean-Jacques Rousseau used the stackhand to explain social contract. Why parties get together and cooperate rather than defecting from each other, which is pretty interesting. The third is the game of the chicken. Two cars driving into each other on a collision course, but one car swerves. The other car didn't swerve. The car that swerves was called a chicken. The car that didn't swerve, that drives ahead, is called a hero. So that's a worst condition of unilateral defection, because the hero, everybody wants to be a hero, right? So that sort of unilateral defection leads to, because the chicken was humiliated, the hero was praised. So everybody wants to be a hero, and then the two cars, they don't swerve. They drive ahead, and they collide, and both die. That's what we mean by mutual defection, the worst case scenario. What is mutual cooperation? Both swerve and both leave. Same with stack hunt, for instance, we work together to hunt for the deers, the stack. But one of the members left and go for a rabbit. So everybody else wants to go for the rabbit. So nobody can go for the deer, So that's the collapse of the cooperation. So unilateral defection triggers mutual or multilateral defection. So that's the basic dynamics, So how to change that sort of dynamics of unilateral defection? There's three strategies. First of all, you try to change the payoff structure to diminish the gains from unilateral defection. So in other words, you try to encourage, you promote incentive that drives cooperation rather than mutual defection. The other strategy is lengthen the shadow of the future, because we know if both sides, they expect to play the game just for once, the incentive is to defect, because you try to exploit the opportunity to gain as much as you can. But if you turn the game from a single play to iterative game, repeated play, it's a different dynamic. For instance, there are connections between what you do now and the future. If you defect this time, you might be penalized by the other side for defecting next time. So that sort of reciprocity, you probably want to behave to the point you don't defect, you cooperate. That will be rewarded by the other side being cooperative next time. That's sort of, lengthen the shadow of the future, assuming you're going to deal with each other many times. That reduces the payoff structure to get to for unilateral for the gain from unilateral defection. For instance, earlier the director mentioned China making concessions in the RCEP. But that could be based on the expectation China has to deal with other members of the trade agreement many times, iterated gains in the future. So China may expect concessions from the other parties next time or many other times. So that's what we mean by lengthening the shadow of the future. The other is issue linkages. Basically we analyze what they talk about, all this agreement. Basically it's issue linkage. You link denuclearization with lifting of trade sanctions, with normalizing diplomatic relations, with security guarantee and so forth. So it's issue linkages. That sort of trade-off. Finally, you can reduce the number of players. That's very, very important. Just if you analyze the bilateral agreement, 94 agreed framework and the Singapore summit, they were done very quickly because there are only two players, the US and North Korea. But you analyze six-party talks, it took 3 years. Numerous working groups working on different issues. They all disagree on different issues. 6 rounds. Within each round, there were quite a few phases. So, because different parties, they disagree on different issues. So it took many years. But we talk about RCEP. It took 10 years, right, to settle all the issues. But again, RCEP is a success. But here, all the agreement failed. So that shows the limits. But again, going back to the empirical cases, we first look at the agreed framework. Actually, the defection is not just because we always think of North Korea being exploiting the issue, try to gain time to, in order to develop nuclear weapons. But that's not completely true. It's true to a certain extent. The US actually was not trying to, for instance, 94 agreed framework, the US was driven by the single play incentive. Because the US assumes, because Kim Il-sung died in July 94. The agreement was made in October 94. So the US side assumed the regime might collapse. So there was no need to, to build 2 light water nuclear power plants for North Korea, for power projection rather than nuclear weapons, and so forth. So there was no funding. The US Congress basically delayed the funding. South Korea was not eager to build those light water power plants. There are all sorts of obstructions on the part of the US, to the point, eventually North Korea became agitated, they decided to defect from the agreement. The same with the Singapore summit. Actually, North Korea did quite a few real things. Freeze, after they destroy ICBM assembly plant, they closed a nuclear missile test site. They returned the remains of the US soldiers. They stopped propaganda against the US. I think a couple of other things. The US didn't do much. The US did only one thing, halt the joint exercises against North Korea. So that's not, that doesn't sound like you try to alter the payoff structure to diminish gain from unilateral defection or exploitation. So actually, basically there was no incentive on the part of the US to play with North Korea repeatedly. It was also driven by single gain incentives. So they probably can account for some of the failures. I wouldn't say they account for all the failures. But basically speaking, what I'm trying to say is, on North Korea issue, I wouldn't say all arms control issue, nuclear arms control issue. It's just for North Korea, this is very, very difficult. It didn't seem, none of these multilateral bilateral diplomacy framework, they didn't seem to work. So there may be some other explanations, for instance, nature of the regime, the nature of the issue. Except, at this point, I can only say the limits about multilateralism and diplomacy. The future. A couple of issues. I guess at this point, we'll probably go back to Obama's policy of strategic patience, I think Biden might go back to that. Sure, you're open to negotiation, diplomacy, but there is no urgency, particularly now you got a US-China rivalry going on, which makes it more difficult to cooperate on resolving the conundrum, North Korean conundrum. Both are busy with their own internal domestic affairs. Biden wants to rebuild the US in terms of infrastructure, science, and technology. China is still busy with its 14th five-year plan, double circulation and so forth. So they're probably not that enthusiastic about settling the North Korean conundrum. The final issue is about extending nuclear clearance, because eventually we may end up having to think about nuclear deterrence, because at this point, I think North Korea has already had more than 50 nuclear bombs, and they could be made with long-range ballistic missiles. And, it's probably much, much more difficult for North Korea to denuclearize, no matter how you change the incentive structure to reduce the gains from unilateral defection. Because the unilateral defection produced results for North Korea already. They gain what they want. So we eventually have to think about extending nuclear deterrence. Sure, Biden wants to strengthen alliance relationship with allies and partners, which is great. Except, I have to be careful about the dynamics of US politics. It could be the next round of presidential election could be won by another Donald Trump or somebody else who take that sort of position. And then we have to think about the issue of burden sharing again. On this particular issue, I want to make 2 points. I don't think China wanted to extend nuclear deterrence to protect North Korea for the simple reason China has a no first use nuclear policy. So you cannot use that policy to protect North Korea. If North Korea is attacked by the US, China cannot attack the US, because that's a first strike. The similar logic eventually might apply to the US. I read an article written by Stephen Wall, published in Foreign Policy. I think he made the point about maybe it's time for the US not to continue this extended nuclear deterrence simply because, if there is an attack on the US territory, US can retaliate. But, US probably would be very hesitant to retaliate for the purpose of protecting somebody else. So I think maybe eventually South Korea might want to develop nuclear weapons for its own security. That's all that I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much for a very informative presentation, Dr. Renan, and basically talk about the North Korea conundrum after Singapore and Hanoi summits, and also talking about some utilities and limits of multilateralism and bilateral diplomacy based on the regime theory, and also based on the China and US position, talking about the some issues. Okay, thank you. And then Next, the last presenter is Dr. Ron Score, U.S. ground strategy towards East Asia from Trump to the Biden. Okay, Dr. Ron Score, are you ready?
Can you see the screen?
Yes.
Okay. A little bit change in the title. I hope, I wish we can coordinate with Professor Park. I would like very much hear about the strategies of South Korea, while I can, say something about U.S. U.S. policy. Anyway, I will be brief because many of the things Professor Park has already mentioned, already talked about. So we cannot really, Biden's China policy is still in its preliminary stage. Therefore, we cannot say for sure what it's going to turn out. But we can, analyze some of the larger, broader, forces or issues that any Biden policy have to take consideration. So first thing is that Biden came to power at the trough of U.S.-China relations, which is totally man-made. I think it didn't have to be that way, but nevertheless, the whole environment in the U.S. is very, very anti-China. So Biden, whatever he said, whatever he form, what kind of policy formulation, he has to take that political factor into consideration. However, that factor is that long-term enduring, thing. Many people say, you cannot go back to the past. I think that's right. But however, if you recall, just not a very long, less than 10 years ago, everywhere in the U.S., around the world, talk about the China model, Beijing consensus, etc. It seemed to be, the trend of sentiment is quite sudden. So if it can suddenly turn negative, there might be an opportunity to turn the other way also suddenly. Okay, so that's one thing. Then Biden, I think Biden is more sophisticated, more knowledgeable than Trump, and also I think in his heart he doesn't believe either China or Xi Jinping is some kind of evil person, and is portrayed by a lot of other people. So therefore, he believes he can work with them to solve some pressing issues. And but he is regard China as a fierce competitor for the long haul. He has to formulate a very long comprehensive strategies. So the question is whether he can deliver it. To Biden frame the China-U.S. issues, well, it's two levels. One is a quite ideological level. Talk about the struggle between titans, democracy versus authoritarianism. That will determine the future of the world. That's very big. U.S. must be prepared for this long struggle. However, Biden is not a fighter. He's a problem solver. If you read his speech at the Munich Security Conference, he first of all do not want, fighting for the sake of fighting. And secondly, he does not want a Cold War. Thirdly, he doesn't want a computation to exclude cooperation. Okay, so compared to Trump's approach, Trump is do everything to put China down, whereas Biden believes that the key for successful competition is to strengthen U.S. position. Okay, strategy. USA is back. Okay, that everybody knows. I think one thing we need to highlight is that he emphasized U.S. leadership or rulemaking, power in the area of technology. Norms of behavior, cybersecurity, artificial intelligence, biotechnology, etc. These are all the future industries that determine the fate of each nation. So this Lincoln's quote, I think Professor Park already mentioned. I wouldn't repeat. Then Biden's whole foreign policy, doctrine has shifted from liberal internationalism. Biden in his whole life, whole career, is in liberal internationalist. Now it changed into so-called progressive foreign policy. So what is a progressive foreign policy? Well, that is foreign policy has to serve domestic, needs. Previously, U.S. We know U.S. go around the world promoting democracy, free trade, and human rights, etc. That's on principle. It's not tied to any particular interest. But now, progressive foreign policy, you need to land inside your own country. Biden and they realized that previous policy didn't work, and promoting democracy instead got democracy a bad name. Okay, so alliance, stay prone dealing with China. First of all, is investing in U.S. workers and science up to 2% of GDP. Secondly, reestablish alliance, but this alliance is not anti-Chinese, but to hold China accountable. The third is more or less like the previous liberal internationalism, sort of emphasizing value. However, it's a caveat is that he talked to Xi Jinping on the phone, saying that we have to emphasize this, because any American leaders cannot survive if they do not represent U.S. values around on the world stage. So that tells you something about that. So Biden, kept Trump's China measures intact so far. Okay. He emphasized the whole government effort in comparison to some people advocate whole society approach. So that's different, relatively limited. However, domestically, Biden has a tall order. Okay, he mentioned that we will to prevail, we must demonstrate that the democracy can deliver for our people, to rebuild the American backbone, to rebuild the middle class, fighting for good jobs, good incomes, and lower household costs. So these very bread and butter issues factored into foreign policy. Okay, Blinken talk about asking 3 questions. What will our foreign policy mean for American workers and their families? And what do we need to do around the world to make U.S. stronger here at home? And what do we need to do at home to make U.S. stronger on the world? So many of the problems that we know, political problem, racial problem, economic problem, fundamentalism, radicalism, etc. All these are long-term problems. You cannot hope to resolve them within Biden's term, even if Biden is a two-term, that's 8 years. So that's a tall order. Then for implications, okay. Well, we can look at it in two ways. Because the domestic task is so huge, and American politics is so, divisive. So it may not be able to solve it. So we can see two scenarios. One is that, Biden do what he promised, that is to attend to domestic affairs wholeheartedly. But second scenario is that when you look at the issues, too much bogged down within U.S. Therefore, he believed he couldn't really do much. Therefore, he will turn his attention abroad to emphasize foreign policy. I mean, American presidential power is strong, most strong in foreign policy. You can see a lot of American president. They are very good, very interested in the global stage, but less active. I think George Bush Sr. is one example. Okay, so these two scenarios, we will expect two things. If it's the former, then Americans' attention to this region will be scant, will be low, will be sporadic, will be reactive, low intensity. That will give China a lot of space to build up its influence in this region. But if it is the second one, then we can expect intense competition between U.S. And China. And that will put a dilemma to all the countries around this region, which side they will do. And also, especially the democracies in this region, their role, their identity is going to be emphasized. Okay. However, in terms of for security, I think Trump's policy will continue. That is, the allies has to be more responsible for their own defense. Okay. Assessment. There's two things I think U.S.-China relation doesn't matter where it goes. It's not going to exceed these structural parameters. One is, war between two superpowers. That aim is almost impossible. Okay. If war is not impossible, I think that is accepted by most people. Then, U.S. build up military strength within this region is not going to do much good. Okay, because China knows bottom line that U.S. wouldn't risk war with China. Okay, that I think Anchorage meeting, the speech by Yang Jiechi sort of indicated Chinese confidence for one, and the future direction of Chinese policy towards the U.S. The second one is a little bit controversial. U.S. is a European power, belong to a different civilization. It cannot deal with Asian countries the way it deal with European countries. Therefore, look at the domestically U.S. Attack on reported the recent attack on Asian Americans. So there's a big perception gap there. Trump is very unpredictable, but Biden, just for the sake, for the simple interest that he's experienced conventional politician, that means his behavior is more predictable. Okay. Now, secondly, his team are very professional. They are, act upon reason instead of passion. Okay. Therefore, they is in a position to formulate a more effective, more sensible China policy. Finally, I want to emphasize that liberal discourse. This is a dominant discourse, and according to Biden's speeches so far, this liberal discourse is going to again become very loud on the world scene. I think a liberal discourse has a lot of limitations. Okay, if you constrain people's options, domestically you can see that he talked about the democracy, making democracy work again, but very little specifics. How do you solve all the political problems, the gridlock, the impasse, the divisions within the political arena as well as in the society? He offered nothing in that. That's domestically. Internationally, it is in danger of creating identity politics, them versus us, good versus evil. Self-righteousness. The war against Iraq is one example. People believe they're on the right side, have the moral conditions. Therefore, they are not restrained to act, aggressively. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the very informative presentation. Now I would like to invite a discussion. Professor Kim Sun-il. Professor Kim Sun-il.
I don't know what happened.
Yes. Okay.
Yes.
Can you guys hear me? Okay, great. Thank you very much for inviting me this great academic event in this time of persistent pandemic. So let me start off by responding to the first presentation, the presentation by Professor Park and Young's piece. Basically, thank you very much for the great presentation with insightful observations for the future of the South Korea strategy surrounding the East Asian countries. So then just let me make a couple of comments which are basically built on my impressions. And so my first response is actually related to my contribution for this conference, which will be presented in the very next session, and which also reflect the academic background as the comparativist, the comparative politics. So while the presentation clearly indicate that the South Korea strategy is dependent on the external pressures as well as domestic political conditions in the beginning of the presentation, it seems that the balance has been substantially tilted toward the external pressures as the determinants of with strategies. So there have been the regime changes in South Korea in 2017, and the South Korea's response to China has also shifted from the pro-Chinese to the other directions, although not the kind of complete opposite direction. At the same time, the popular views on China have significantly turned to negative, particularly among the middle and the older age population recently. And simultaneously, the people's support for the government's foreign policy has significantly gradually subsided. And so with these things into account, I'm wondering how your presentation can take the domestic aspects into account in explaining the South Korea's the future foreign policy strategies. And the other comment is about the role of North Korean issues as the kind of critical determinants of the foreign policy toward the United States and China. And especially that I believe the North Korean issue has not received the kind of due attention in your presentations. So also while the presentation states that the United States-Korean alliance is the cornerstone, quote, the cornerstone for Seoul's national security and economic prosperity, the public perception and the trade data tells a little bit different story than that's actually the South Korea's reliance on the trade with the United States has declined, while the South Korea's trade reliance on China has increased over the past decades or past years. So considering that the Korea is definitely a democratic country and the regime has been quite responsive to the public opinion and domestic conditions, I'm wondering how these aspects can be factored in the projection of South Korea's strategic response to the United States pressure to strengthen the kind of encircling China policy. Those are my comments to the first presentation. And let me move on to the second presentation, the presented by Dr. Li Nan. And thank you very much for the clear and stylized examine of the conundrums surrounding the North Korean nuclear issues from multiple theoretical angles. And I find your analytical framework does make sense and have a potential to theoretically untangle such a kind of tangled issue in the Northeast Asian region. But as a discussant with the comparative politics backgrounds, just let me raise a quick question. I find that it seems that your framework assumes the national interest of the participants of the game or the negotiation, either bilateral or multilateral, as kind of unchanging, constant rather than variable. But the United States interests during the Clinton and the Bush administration during the six-party talk era could have been quite different due to the changed global environment, like the Bush administration war on terror. And the Trump administration definitely had completely different preference and interest in handling the North Korean issue compared to its previous Obama administration. And I suspect that the complete denuclearization was really Trump's ultimate and only goal, considering the populist nature of the Trump administration, as well as the political preference of its constituents. In other words, the Trump supporters on the issue of North Korea. So I'm wondering if the current Biden administration's preference on North Korean issue will be the same as that of the Obama administration, considering the still strong and persistent preference of nationalism among the American public, as the professor, Dr. Lance Gore, aptly pointed out as well. And that's my comment to Dr. Li Nan. And so let me move on to the final presentations, my comments on the final presentation by Dr. Lance Gore. And thank you very much for the great presentation. And as now many of you may expect, I find Dr. Gore's presentation really suit my comparativist appetites. And thank you for that to begin with. So actually my comments is kind of in line with my comment to Dr. Li Nan. And while it seems that the Biden is going to undo the Trump legacies and restore the multilateral and cooperative international order in the region, would it be really available? I'm really wondering. And then, as the Dr. Lance Gore aptly pointed out, that's in your quotes of Biden's speech, that it will require a whole of government efforts, bipartisan cooperation in Congress, strong alliances and partnerships. And the Trump legacies, in my view, are not made by Trump, but the changing the United States domestic political, economic conditions have made Trump the president of the United States. And those changes occurred over the past decade has not been really changed. And actually, Dr. Lance Gore actually pointed out that as well. And there seems to be no clear sign that those Trump, the condition, domestic condition that made Trump or rise to the president have been changed. So unlike the Biden declared that the America is back. So I strongly second the Dr. Lance Gore's view that the reason why Biden has kept Trump-China measures intact is for domestic issues, which are actually tore over, as you actually noted. So my question is, the reason of your evaluation at the end of the presentation that the Biden's personal, political, and ideological preferences would play like the growing roles in handling international issues. It would be really great if you could provide us any hints or signs or the kind of evidence that the Biden administration will gradually overcome the Trump legacies in the coming years, despite the kind of persistent domestic problems. That is the comment to Dr. Lance Gore. Thank you very much for all the great presentations.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Kim Sun-il. Now, next to the Dr. Ramphangor to the discussants. Okay, please.
Thank you, Dean. Because time is short, I shall restrict myself to just a few questions to our three eminent presenters. No? First set of questions to Professor Park Han-kyu and Professor Yang Chun-hee. First question. Both of you assume that Sino-US strategic rivalry is bad, destabilizing, and so on. I wonder whether there may be some unintended benefits of this Sino-US strategic rivalry. Okay, I don't mean to be perverse to say that great power rivalry is good. No? Now you see, the United States need reliable allies. And in its hub and spoke system in the East Asia, in the East Asian security architecture, its alliances with the Republic of Korea and Japan are very important. US-Japan alliance, alliance with the Republic of Korea. But one can argue that there's a chink in the armor. The weakest link is a poor relationship between Republic of Korea and Japan. Okay, so I wonder, I'll be very appreciative if you can tell me, do you think that in the American need, desire, and quest for more solid allies, Washington may actually nudge Seoul and Tokyo harder to at least to mitigate their differences, no? To tone down. I wouldn't say reconciliation is possible between South Korea and Japan, you know, because the history issues, have been politicized, it's very deep. But in the midst of this Sino-US strategic rivalry, do you think Washington would want to have a greater cooperation between South Korea and Japan, and will nudge, will push, will pressure both Seoul and Tokyo to at least, you know, moderate their differences? Okay, first question. Second question, you know, the whole morning and whole afternoon, I'm someone from Singapore, from ASEAN. We hardly mention the role of ASEAN, but perhaps ASEAN is not so important in the Asia Pacific, even though we talk about the ASEAN-centered multilateralism and so on. And I'm very happy that Professor Park Han-kyu and Professor Yang Chun-hee talked about middle powers like Republic of Korea and ASEAN. I wonder whether the so-called middle powers like ASEAN and ROK can be drivers to deal, you know, to spearhead areas of cooperation like how to deal with the pandemic, climate change, marine pollution, issues of anti-piracy. I think these are issues which both the United States and China can by and large agree on, general principles. So when we talk about rivalry, which is very, very true, I wonder whether Republic of Korea, ASEAN, and the two superpowers, East and West, can actually look at a relationship in a dialectical way. In the sense that, yes, definitely, there is competition, but has to be managed to avoid conflict and war. But at the same time, we can cooperate on issues like pandemic, climate change, marine pollution, anti-piracy, and so on. So that's my two questions to the first set of panelists. Another round of questions to Dr. Linan. Linan, you really scare me, when you suggested that South Korea perhaps should develop nuclear weapons. So you really woke me up. You really scare me. But don't you think if South Korea were to seriously consider developing nuclear weapons as a deterrent against the North, or perhaps even against China, it may actually provoke Japan to do likewise? Okay, if South Korea were to pursue this strategic option, don't you think it will trigger, it becomes a problem, a dilemma for not only Japan, but also the United States. Okay, so what's the implication for the US nuclear umbrella and US nuclear deterrence, the alliance between US and Republic of Korea? And is it stabilizing or destabilizing if every country in Northeast Asia have nuclear weapons? That reminds me of the old Morton Kaplan argument. He looked at the unit veto system, and he argued that theoretically speaking, if every country in the world have nuclear weapons, then it is a deterrence against a nuclear war. But I really lack confidence in the wisdom of human beings now. Whether so, Linan, can you please address that? And second, Linan, do you think the US and China have a common interest to avoid nuclear proliferation in the Korean Peninsula? I mean, of course, both sides will have different ideas about nuclear proliferation, but don't you think they have a common interest? Just like the United States and the Soviet Union actually had a common interest. They engaged in this, nuclear limitation talks, SALT, talks, and at the same time, they had a common interest to prevent nuclear proliferation among the third world countries and so on. What about China and the United States? They are P5 countries. Don't you think they have a common interest to prevent nuclear proliferation by the DPRK, by ROK, and by Japan? My third and last question for Dr. Linan is, you mentioned about strategic patience. I wonder whether strategic patience, this concept, has become obsolete. Kurt Campbell was one of the promoters of strategic patience. He's back, but don't you think strategic patience is an excuse for doing nothing, really? For doing nothing? It didn't quite work in the past, so how can it possibly work in the future? Okay, my last set of questions is to Dr. Lance Gore. Really enjoyed your presentation. Your argument is actually very intriguing and tantalizing. When I read through your slides, you asked the question, the United States is a very distracted superpower. Will it be concentrating on domestic reforms? Does it have the energy, the concentration to focus on foreign affairs, since domestic issues are too protracted to deliver results sooner enough? Okay, this is what you said. But I wonder whether the issue, is not just domestic politics. When we talk about US grand strategy towards East Asia, the US also have grand strategy towards, let's say, Europe, NATO, Middle East, and so on. So there are always like gray rhinos, black swans. The United States, we talked about previously, rebalancing, refocusing, strengthening multilateralism, system of alliances in East Asia. But the reality, the harsh truth, the hard facts, the hard truth is that US can be easily distracted by what happened in the Eastern Europe or Middle East and so on. So, Lance, my question to you is, can US really refocus, rebalance East Asia in terms of multilateralism, system of alliances, when it is so distracted, not only by the domestic problems which you have identified, but by its other strategic commitments in Europe and the Middle East. And my last question to you, Lance, do you think there's going to be a new Cold War? Is it unavoidable? So thank you very much. And that's the end of my questions.
Okay, thank you very much for your very informative and very creative questions. Now, each presenter responds to the discussion. Time only just allowed you 2 or 3 minutes. Okay, so be short, please. First presenter, Professor Park Han-gyu and Yang Junhee. Any response to questions?
Professor Yang, do you want to respond or me? Okay, because of the time constraints, I want to respond to the comments from the discussions very shortly. First of all, I think the Professor Kim Sun-il, thank you very much for your very, productive comments on my paper. I think you addressed the importance of domestic factors on South Korea's strategic choice. So I agree with you. You know, the foreign policy, as you know, is much influenced by and constrained by the domestic politics. You know, as far as the South Korean strategy is concerned, I mean, between the U.S. and China is concerned, domestic factors do matter, I think. For example, you know, as you mentioned, since the third role in 2016, you know, there is an increasing number of the South Koreans who have negative attitude toward China, such as, you know, domineering power, the business power, you know, assertiveness in Southeast Asia, China, economic coercion like that. So according to some the public poll, South Korean people responded, more than 80% of South Korean respondents says the United States more favorable and trustworthy. Okay, and then only 17% they favored China. So, you know, I think this South Korean government may reflect, okay, this public opinion in its policy toward China and the United States. I mean, the South Korean majority of South Koreans still believe that the United States is a trustworthy partner for its security and the economic prosperity. And your second question, I'm afraid I understand your question correctly, but you mean your question is like this: is it okay to cooperate with cooperate with the United States instead of China, while, you know, South Korea is more dependent its economy on China than the United States? Is it correct, Professor Kim? Okay, so my answer is that, you know, it's true. As far as the South Korean export is concerned, Chinese market is larger than that of the United States. However, I think we have to know that, you know, all the trade, I mean, movement and financial and international transaction is, done based upon the international financial trade system created by and led by the United States. So if, you know, South Korea decide to join the China for its economic interest, I think South Korea will be excluded from this. There is danger from being excluded from this US led the financial and trade institutions. It's more, I think, it's more do damage, okay, to Korea, okay. And then Pinger, Dr. Lam, I agree with the 2 points you raised. Yeah, That's correct. I think there is unintended benefits to South Korea from the U.S. China competition, because the United States want more, strength, more powerful, allies in Asia. So I think South Korea can benefit from those U.S. policy if that occurs. And then it is also South Korea's interest to improve its relations with Japan. So the United States under the Biden administration has willingness. I think it already have shown willingness to mediate between Japan and South Korea. So that might be the unintended benefits from the bilateral competition. And the second point, middle power. Yeah, I have so far addressed the point that the South Korea ASEAN countries should cooperate each other, okay, so that preserve its own interests, not only just serving the interest of great powers by cooperating in non-critical in areas where the cooperation is possible, such as you mentioned, pandemics, maritime issues, pollution, like that. So I think it is very important for both South Korea and ASEAN countries and middle powers to go to each other, especially under this severe competition between big powers. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Now, Dr. Renan, please be short, please.
I'll try.
I talk too much, sorry.
I brought up the issue of multilateralism simply because, we were indoctrinated into an ideology that multilateralism diplomacy works for the Korean Peninsula. That's the issue. So I brought up this issue to show that sort of perception could be misperception. It didn't work. We have been working on this denuclearization of North Korea for 30 years. But 30 years provides a window of opportunity for North Korea to develop nuclear weapons. That's the issue. We might be wrong on what we do. But again, other than that, I totally agree with you. I'm trained as a comparativist as well. I pay so much attention to leadership, to the choices they made. I don't even pay too much attention to the regime types. If we look at how different countries deal with COVID, I think China made some good choices simply because their leaders are administrators, they're governors. They deal with these sort of situations. Comparatively speaking, US leaders are businessmen, lawyers, senators, none of them are administrators. So they don't make, smart choices as much as China did. So leadership is really, really important. Like all the East Asians, they love leadership, good leadership, like in Singapore. Ping'er, there's no question. I'm scared as well about South Korea going nuclear. I'm scared, because it could trigger a new round of nuclear arms race. But Stephen Wall's point is interesting because he basically says there is the need for burden sharing. For Europe, France and Britain, Great Britain, they are already a nuclear state. They could work together, and maybe with Germany to develop a nuclear alliance. I don't know about East Asia. Maybe South Korea and Japan might work together. I know it's difficult, but that's the idea. Sort of regional nuclear alliance. To share burden with the U.S. Because U.S. can't hold this burden forever. That's the point. It's just an idea. I think U.S. extended nuclear will be there for very, very long. Strategic patience, I don't know what to say about it. Because there are no other options. There's no question U.S. and China have a common interest. That's one of the points that was made by Blinken in his talk with Yang Jiechi and so forth, and Wang Yi. That's one of the areas they have common interest. Both want to denuclearize North Korea. But, they try different things: diplomacy, multilateralism, deterrence. Maybe deterrence is the only viable options at least at this point. You know, unless somebody comes with a good idea that can resolve this conundrum. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rinan. Finally, on a round score, would you like to respond to questions?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Well, the American situation is very tricky. Many people ask the question: will Trump, you know, come back? I think you know, there is a possibility, because if you look at the last you know, election, it's almost half and half. Trump's 2016 win, I think a lot of previously Democratic voters sort of got disillusioned with Trump, with the Democratic Party, and tried to give Trump a benefit of doubt, therefore voted for him. So, but this time you can see American society is very divided, you know. So liberal has a huge, you know, following. Many people switched back to Democratic Party, but if Biden cannot deliver, you know, which is a highly likely, you know, scenario, then we'll see, you know, the people switch to Trump again. You know, so everything depends on how Biden's performance. Well, related to that, I think you know, in China they always say, you know, China should thank Bin Laden. You know, weren't for Bin Laden attack in New York, which draw Americans' attention to the Middle East. China, that buy China 10 years time, and U.S. has been distracted. You know, in other regions, U.S. hasn't since the end of the Cold War hasn't really focused on this region. Whether U.S. is going this time is going to be successful to really shift their attention to this part, you know, possible, but I still do not you know, bet on that. Cold War, you know, if you define the Cold War as the previous one, you know, obviously there isn't that kind of a condition. There's no two camps, and China is not, or at least for now, is not exporting communism, supporting, you know, other countries' insurgents, and China's economy is tied into the capitalist world economy. So that's quite different. But on the other hand, domestically, China is trying to resurrecting a lot of Stalinist kind of ideology, institutions, and policies, etc. So that, I think, is what triggered the Western's backlash against China. But that part hasn't really spilled over the border yet. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And I think it's 3 minutes past. I think this session is very informative and has very good discussions with all together. So thank you very much for your help. Okay, now let's say end of this session. Thank you very much for thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Kim, for chairing the second session. May I now invite Professor Park Han-kyu to begin the third session.
Okay, this is Han-kyu Park, the moderator of the session 3. So I apologize that we should start as soon as the previous session they finished without break. Anyway, so I apologize for that as a moderator. And then, so because of time constraint, our time is a little bit delayed than scheduled. So I need to reduce the time for speakers and the first speakers. So I will give you the 15 minutes to each presenters and 5 minutes to this discussion. So we have the three presenters, Professor Kim Sun-il, Dr. Jang Min-ha, and Dr. Chen Gang. Very nice to meet you again, Dr. Chen Gang. And we have the Dr. Moon Dong and Dr. Yu Hong for discuss it. So let's start with the Professor Kim Sun-il. He will speak on the Japanese foreign policy, the possible changes of Japanese foreign policy in Asia under new era, Biden era. Okay, Professor Kim, please.
Title was changed. The new title is the second image revisited, the domestic source of the unchanging Japanese foreign policy since the Abe government. So it's basically about the domestic source of Japan's foreign policy over the past decades, and to estimate to what's going to happen in the coming years. So we all know the conflicting signals in East Asia. So this assumed the power in Japan and the replacing the Abe, the previous prime minister, and Joe Biden won the presidential election, and in South Korea, the President Moon is actually proposing to rebuilding multilateral cooperation to resolve regional issues, and has been proposing to Japan to rebuild the bilateral relations with Japan. And in China, the Xi Jinping is likely to cancel the planned state visit to Japan amid the continuing tensions between the US and China. And North Korea recently fired a couple of ballistic projectiles towards the East Asia. And the main topic of this presentation is in Japan. It's about the Japan's foreign policy. And there we have two new governments in the two countries, the United States and Japan. And the Prime Minister Suga, and with the phone call with the new President Biden, the U.S.-Japan alliance need to be strengthened, and stated that I would like to deepen my personal relation with President Biden and work to strengthen the Japan-U.S. alliance. And he told to reporters after a roughly 30 minutes conversation, adding that he hopes to visit the United States as soon as possible, despite the challenges of overcoming the coronavirus pandemic in both countries. So what are the challenges ahead? The United States has been restoring the seemingly multilateral approach that the Trump administration jettisoned over the past several years, and has returned to the Paris Agreement and WHO and the UNESCO, etc., etc., and has been undoing the bilateral deals with North Korea, and also has been underscoring the regional security cooperation, including the Quad. Then the question, will Japan, in alignment with the United States policy, returning to the multilateral regional order by joining the US-led kind of encirclement policy or strategy against China, and by improving the relationship with its traditional allies, including South Korea and Taiwan? When we discuss this issue, there are some potential issues. That Japan may return to the United States-led multilateral order in alignment with the United States strategy by actively participating in the traditional US-led strategy of rebalancing the Asia. But the problems are the substantial economic reliance on China amid the prolonged economic difficulties, which started in the early 1990s and continued. So now it's almost 30 years. And also it's difficult to restore alliance with neighboring countries, including South Korea. And there's a potential interruption of its pursuit of regional hegemony. So the Abe's doctrine might have to be revised if Japan is going to join the US-led multilateral order in alignment with the Biden's policy. And Japan has been pursuing its national interests, particularly under the Obama administration's rebalancing to Asia-Pacific strategy. So the conservative Abe government sought a regional hegemonic role as a spearhead of the United States encirclement of China. And the United States strengthened or enforced alliance among the United States allies. And so the South Korea and Japan made and had the negotiation. And actually, so I believe you know the GSOMIA and the TMD kind of things. And under Trump administrations, however, the United States turned to kind of the unilateral or the bilateral handling of regional affairs. So the United States actually bypassed Japan in major regional discussions, including the US-North Korean summit and on the issue of North Korean nuclear crisis. And Japan also turned to bilateral handling of international affairs in handling the traditional allies of Japan. While Japan improving its relationship with China, and at the same time, its relationship with former allies, including South Korea, was debilitated. That was kind of Japan's proactive response to Trump's Trump's bilateral or the unilateral handling of international issues. So it was dubbed as so-called the middle path strategy, and under the banner of the Abe doctrine. So Japan increased defense spending, mostly in an effort to strengthen its bilateral alliance with the United States, but with quite of reservations. So it increased. So Japan recorded an increase of 8 consecutive years since 2013, largely responding to the growing United States pressure to share the defense budget. But Japan recently canceled its planned deployment of 2 Aegis ashore ballistic missile defense systems, so accounted for the $1.8 billion in June 2020, the last year. Japan also actively pursued the bilateral interests by improving diplomatic relations with China, while worsened the diplomatic relations with South Korea. And Japan responded to the growing conservative domestic pressures. So there's a continuing the effort to revise the peace constitution, especially the Article 9, and also the Japanese government, the LDP, the Liberal Democratic Party, rammed through the preemptive anti-terrorism law against popular oppositions. And Japan recently joined the Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership, the RCEP, in November 2020. What these features tells us is that it's a kind of the real mess, so especially if we want to maintain some sort of theoretical consistency, as I'm going to present later. So the dilemma of pursuing national interests for Japan was that basically there was a prolonged economic difficulty and growing economic dependence on China. At the same time, Japan has been suffering from the mounting government debt that interrupted defense spending expansions as planned. And the United States pressure to have Japan join the multilateral framework to curtail the rise of China and to resolve the North Korean security issues has been stumbled. There is a figure about trade interdependence, building on the IMF's direction of trade statistics. So the as a percent of the total GDP, the total trade volume. So basically Japan's reliance on the export to China increased up to 27%, and the import from China has been quite significant, while the export to the United States has gradually declined over the past years, and import from the United States maintained but quite small in terms of the percentage of the total trade volume. And the import from South Korea was quite stable. And in terms of the absolute number, as we can see, the export to China has increased over the past several years, while the export to the United States actually significantly dropped in last year. But what it shows is that Japan's reliance on China has become more significant than that on the United States. So it's a kind of trend of Sino-Japanese economic interdependence, and the critical juncture was in the middle of late 2000s, around the first Abe administration. So Japan's reliance on China has actually surpassed that of the United States. And this is a total defense expenditure and annual percentage increase, as you can see. So it has this is the expenditure in the absolute term, the blue line, in trillion yen. So continuously, it's spending quite an amount of money. for defense, despite economic difficulties. And compared to the neighboring countries, as you can see, the Japan defense, the military expenditure was the 2.5% of the GDP, and South Korea used 12%. And so the 0.9% of GDP, there's 2.5% of the budget, the government budget. But if we compare that with that of China, so that's the budget ratio to China. So the Japan is using just 10% of the China's defense budget, which means that basically the Japan's spending power, spending capacity for defense or military expansion was basically limited. So here's the research proposal. The prospect for Japan's foreign policy amid the growing political tensions between the two superpowers and the soured bilateral relations among its neighboring countries, particularly with the two Koreas. So building on the examination of two competing theoretical perspectives, this study will delineate what have been the primary motive of Japan's foreign policy making and how it will be played out in the changed new geopolitical environment under the new Suga government. There are basically two theoretical perspectives that I briefly mentioned in the beginning. The first conventional theory on Japanese foreign policy is the so-called reactive state thesis. So simply speaking, the Japan has been reacting to the external pressures or the changing environment, not a kind of proactive, rather than proactively making is like it's the pursuing its national interest. So the conventional perspective underscored the reactive aspect of Japanese foreign policy, and which was developed, elaborated into the idea of the so-called client state argument. And further, in recently, so there has been some accounts of the permanent defeat thesis by Shirai Satoshi and others, and the idea of the karaoke diplomacy. That's basically the Japan has been influenced by or determined by the United States strategy. So Japan is little more than a client of the United States. That was one of the conventional theories that has kind of successfully explained Japan's behavior over the past decade. But as I noted, the current situation is quite a mess to be explained by these conventional theories. So far, the Suga government is refusing or at least reluctant to improve its relation with South Korea, unlike the United States' intention. Neither has it clearly ditched its practical approach to China. The support for Indo-Pacific strategy is kind of lukewarm at best, and some maintain that the system of permanent defeat to the United States is fundamental origin of that. In other words, one of the conventional theories has been having some difficulty in explaining Japan's response to the changing international environment. Another conventional theory is, as I noted, is a proactive state thesis. This account posits that Japan has been pursuing its own interest to secure its position as a regional hegemon proactively, particularly since the early 2000s. So building on its economy and soft power, Japan has projected global strategy actively in the region, despite the constitutional constraints under the San Francisco system. And the continued military buildup over the past decade, as well as proactive diplomacy, not only with these traditional allies, but also with the potential foes, including China and North Korea, independent from the external pressures. So according to this theoretical perspective, Japan is projected to continue to pursue its national interest regardless of multilateral pressure from the United States. This account, however, falls short of explaining the obvious cases of subordination of those proactive agendas to the United States interest, as demonstrated by the Abe government's enforced participation in the US multilateral encircling strategy against China, despite apparent economic damages. So, from using the levels of analysis kind of thing, so the first image hypothesis was that the foreign policy of Japan has been made by or determined by the preferences of the political leaders like the Abe, Suga, and the conservative political circles like the Nippon Gaigi or the Liberal Democratic Party. And Japan has been consistently pursuing building a normal nation and the constitutional revision because of their personal or the ideological preferences. On the other hand, there is a third image hypothesis, and the previous two conventional theories underscores or build on this third image hypothesis. So realist response to the consolidation of the G2 rival in the region might be the critical determinant of Japan's foreign policy. And Japan has been gradually departing from the client of the United States toward the proactive realist states.
Complete.
Yes, okay. So I think so let's skip this. Okay, so then let's jump on to the arguments. So as I mentioned, Japan is pursuing so-called middle path approach of the previous Abe government, which was made possible by the shift of political structure in the national diet since the second Abe administration. What I'm arguing is that rather than the international pressures or the personal, like the preferences, ideological or political preference, but the changing or shifting domestic conditions, political conditions, might have been the primary determinants of Japan's foreign policy over the past years. What I underscore is the political efficacy among the LDP supporters. Just like the Trump supporters under the Trump administration, the LDP supporters has substantially increased over the past decades. While the political disenchantment in general has increased significantly over the past decades, on the other hand, demonstrated by the ever declining voter turnout in Japanese major elections. So the LDP majority has become increasingly responsive to its constituency, advocating more nationalistic policies. And here are some figures, and what we can see is that the Japan's high kind of unfavorable views on China, which is much higher than South Korea. And then, so definitely the Japanese people's perception has been tilted toward the United States, but with growing realistic perceptions. And that's, as you can see in this figure. And at the same time, the Japanese people's, like the support for multilateralism or the liberalism has significantly decreased over the past years. So here are the tentative findings of my research. As a result of rapid political enfranchisement or disenchantment, basically, particularly since 2011, the LDP has clearly become a pragmatic party while resonating programmatically with its core conservative constituents. So politically and contingently aligning with the United States while seeking economic interest with China. So that might be the source of the middle path diplomacy of Japan. And the conventional perspectives have focused too much on the first and the third image with respect to the determinants of Japan's foreign policy behaviors, while largely ignoring the changing domestic political conditions, particularly due to the unchanging government structure. So LDP has been in power for such a long time, so people have been like assuming that the domestic political conditions has not been changed. But I want to underscore the subtle changes in the major democratic features of Japan over the past years. So here's the conclusion. The Japan's foreign policy has become growingly responsive to the ruling party's constituents since the early 2010s. The middle path might be the outcome of growing anti-Chinese as well as anti-American nationalistic views among the public, particularly among the LDP's constituents, coupled with the declining support for liberalism and multilateralism and the rising economic dependence on China. So as a conclusion and theoretical implication, I want to underscore the dual-faceted nature of populist democracy in Japan. So the combination of growing responsiveness, which might be a kind of good thing in terms of the quality of democracy, but it was coupled with the general disenchantment among the public. Thus, the significance of the second image as the critical determinants of Japan's foreign policy making should be revisited. That's my argument. And it deserves more theoretical attention, but with some modifications, because not the regime type per se as the second immediate theorist posits, but the changing feature of democratic system may require more attention. That's the end of my presentation. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Professor Kim. He said that Japanese foreign policy tends to be more responsive to domestic demands, which domestic politics, which tilt toward more nationalist nationalism. Okay, okay, Professor Jang-mina, can you?
Okay. Thank you, Professor Park, for introduction, and thank you, Dr. Lam, for giving me this opportunity to present my initial assessment of ROK's New Southern policy. I modify a little bit of my presentation title to be more economic focused. So I think most of you here are already quite familiar with New Southern policy, so I will just quickly go through this policy. So MSP is a new addition to ROK's foreign policy, which was announced in 2017. And MSP includes 11 countries, 10 countries in ASEAN and India. And it aims to increase the people-to-people exchange between ROK and MSP countries, also to increase the economic potential economic development in the region, and also to maintain peaceful relations in the region. But as mentioned previously, I will only focus on the economic aspect of analysis on this policy. So economically, South Korea aims to diversify its economic dependence on Japan, China, and the United States by increasing its economic linkage with India and the ASEAN. So the ideal external economic relations is like the figure shown on the right-hand side. So why South Korea pick up ASEAN and India? First of all, because of the economic growth potential in this emerging market, and also because of the population is quite huge. ASEAN and India combined, the total population is greater than China's population and much greater than the population in USA and the EU. So as the ambassador also mentioned this morning, MSP was modified to MSP Plus last year. So Korean president announced MSP Plus in November last year, and with 7 additional cooperation items. And the trade and investment is one of the items that South Korea aims to improve the trade and investment relations with MSP countries. And this is also the main focus of my presentation today. So I have 3 questions in my mind. First of all, has ROK strengthened its economic ties with MSP countries through the policy? Has ROK already used MSP to minimize the external economic impact? And what is the outlook of ROK MSP countries' economic relations? So before I go to analyze the economic linkage between ROK and the MSP countries, I would like to give you a very general idea about South Korea's current economic situation, so that later on we can better identify whether MSP fits with the current needs of South Korea's economy. So this figure shows you South Korea's annual economic growth rate over the last 2 decades. And since 2017, we can see there have been a series of accidents that affected South Korea's economic growth, such as China's economic sanctions, ROK-Japan trade dispute, and the US-China trade war. However, these are short-term economic impact. From a longer-term perspective, we can see that the economic slowing down is like a new normal. It's a long-term trend. So from a longer-term perspective, there is a more serious, more chronic problems that affected South Korea's economic health today. So what is the problem? If we look at South Korea's GDP growth by expenditure, so we can clearly see that the declining export of goods and services since 2011. This is the main cause for South Korea's economic slowing down. And if we look at South Korea's GDP by sectors, so clearly the manufacturing production also started to decline around 2011, 2012. And here I would like to mention that at the same time, when we see that the growth rate of services maintain quite decent growth, but South Korea is still a typical manufacturing economy. So even though services maintain decent growth, this does not help to counterbalance the slowdown of manufacturing production that caused the overall economic slowdown. So here we can see South Korea's main export items. So they are electrical machinery, manufactured goods, and other machinery. And these three major export items also experienced clearly slowdown over the last decade. So here we can have a small conclusion about South Korea's economy problem today. So Korea's economic growth has been based on supplying intermediate goods to China and from China to export the final goods to the global market, mainly to the USA and the European markets. And so this is the major economic lifeline for South Korea. But about 10 years ago, the situation has started to change. So China started to upgrade the industries. There was a wage hike and other economic transformation. So China is no longer an ideal final assembly place for the Korean companies. So Korean companies started to shift their production to other developing countries, especially to Vietnam. However, at the same time, when China upgraded its industries, China now is more able to supply the industrial goods to Vietnam. At the same time, South Korea's export to China remains strong because there are many local Chinese branded products. They need the key component and the other high technology goods from South Korea. So what I want to say is that the demand side still remains the same, but in the supply side, the division of labor within in Asia Pacific region now is becoming more and more complicated. So South Korea's economic slowdown actually implied that South Korea's difficulty to adapt to the new development of regional supply chain network. So South Korea's economic growth is much influenced by its trade and investment development. So now I would like to show you the recent development of South Korea's trade and investment, and to see whether there is any sign that South Korea's economy is likely to change its direction for future economic growth. So here we can see South Korea's external trade by countries. In terms of export, China is the major export destination, followed by MSP countries and United States. And after 2019, we see clearly that South Korea's export to China declined sharply. But at the same time, South Korea's export to MSP countries also declined. On the right-hand side, we see South Korea's import from China continue to grow. It's not impacted by any trade dispute or trade war. But South Korea's import from MSP countries declined. So what does that mean? That means that between the economic linkage between South Korea and the MSP countries is not just between Korea and the MSP countries. This economic linkage is within the regional production network. So when US sanctioned the Chinese goods, it affected the overall regional players, including South Korea's economic relations with MSP countries. Among the 11 MSP countries, Vietnam stands out as the most important export destination for South Korea and the most important source of import. And these trade relations with Vietnam is mainly driven by South Korea's large investment in Vietnam. So let's take a look at the investment relations. So from this figure, we can see Korea's investment in USA and Europe increased very clearly about a few years ago. And Korea's investment in MSP countries also increased quite clearly since 2017 to 2018. And the investment in China is now the least important in Korea's global investment. And most of the Korean augur investment went to services, and the investment in manufacturing industries increased clearly since 2018-2019. Now let's take a look at South Korea's OFDI from another dimension. If we just look at our case OFDI in manufacturing, so here we see that most of the manufacturing investment went to China. So China is still the most important production place for the manufacturing companies in Korea, followed by the MSP countries. And the one thing worth noticing is that in 2019, 2020, we see a clear increase of Korea's investment in the United States. So that means the US-China trade war did not trigger more investment shift from China to MSP countries, but that resulted in more investment towards United States. So that also means that Korean companies actually echoed the Trump's policy to call back all this manufacturing production to bring this supply chain network back to the United States. In terms of the service investment, most of the service investment went to the Western countries. And there is also a clear increase of investment in service sectors in MSP countries. And the investment in service in China is almost insignificant. So again, Vietnam stands out as the most important investment destination for Korean firms, followed by Singapore. In this region, Korea's investment in MSP countries, most of it went to services. And in Singapore, most of the investment is in financial and insurance industries. In Vietnam, most of the services investment in Vietnam is centering on wholesale and the retailing sectors. So here we can have another small conclusion. So MSP clearly have not yet become the most important overseas production place for Korean. MSP does not show that they have already replaced China to become the most important manufacturing production seat for Korean companies. And the figure here shows the ease of doing business. So this is from the data from the World Bank. So here we can see that in MSP countries, only Thailand, Malaysia, and Singapore, they are ranking in terms of ease of doing business ahead of China. Most of the MSP countries, they are lagging behind. And the reasons are many because of the lack of infrastructure in these developing countries, and also the lack of regulatory business environment. And so that we see that the investment trend for the Korean companies is that the trend is towards regionalization. So that means the investment now is not like in the past, investing in developing countries and then ship the final goods from developing countries to the developed countries. Now the investment, they tend to relocate the factories close to the end user market. In terms of MSP's outlook, I think there are two major factors that will affect MSP's future development. First of all is the greater institutionalized economic integration. And on one hand, the more different kinds of FTA economic agreements, supposedly they are going to facilitate the economic exchange between ROK and the MSP countries. However, on the other hand, this increasing different kinds of FTA actually diluted MSP's importance in ROK's external economic relations. So here's another figure to show you that actually ROK position itself quite well in the global economy. ROK is the second country in Asia after Singapore that has signed FTA with United States, Europe, and many important economies in Asia. However, at the same time, at a global level, again, MSP's importance is not diluted. From the global perspective, MSP is within this Asia Pacific region, so we don't see how the question is how we are going to make MSP a very distinctive and very important economic linkage for South Korea. When South Korea at the same time, its economy is also heavily influenced by its economic engagement with different major economic powers in the world. So another factor that will be likely to affect MSP's development is the rivalry between USA and China. So as mentioned previously, ROK's economic lifeline is dependent on exporting the intermediate goods to China, Vietnam. And this economic growth model is affected by the US-China trade war. So US-China competition is disadvantageous for Korea's economy. However, on the other hand, Korean companies are in competition with their Chinese counterparts in a variety of technology goods. So the US sanction on certain Chinese companies to access to certain technology actually benefits the Korean companies. On one hand, they can broaden their market share because Chinese companies, they are banned for acquiring some key components. And on the other hand, it also helps the Korean companies to buy more time to enlarge the technology gap with their Chinese counterparts. If the trade war, if the competition, the rivalry between US and China continue.
Kyung, you have 1 minute to.
How many minutes?
1 minute, please.
5 minutes? Okay, I will go back.
I said 1 minute.
1 minute, okay. So, okay, I will quickly conclude. So, we have seen that China is the most important export market, but if we look at the company's financial statement, actually, Samsung is the most important contributor to South Korea's export. But from Samsung's financial statement, we see that Samsung actually depends much more on American markets. So actually that is related to the supply chain network I mentioned previously. I don't want to develop it too much because of the time limits. So these are the competition that Korean companies are facing today. If I have time, I will discuss it later during the Q&A session. So let me go to the conclusion. So what is MSP? MSP actually is a diplomatic crisis that South Korea, MSP is a response to the diplomatic crisis that challenged South Korea's economic growth prospect. So MSP aims to save the economy from further slowing down by diversifying Korea's economic dependence from the major powers to the other countries. So I would like to respond to the questions I posed in the beginning. So ROK has not strengthened its economic ties with MSP because at the same time, we have already seen that ROK's economic ties with China and the USA increased even more. And ROK so far has not been able to minimize its external economic impact through MSP because ROK MSP economic relations is actually within the same regional production network. So the external factors or any changes from any players in the region affect ROK's economic ties with MSP. And the outlook is much influenced by the US-China competition and also the development of economic integration. So finally, there are other variables in the future development of MSP. So the success of MSP actually not only relies on ROK or MSP countries alone, but there are other factors that will affect this development. So this is just my initial assessment based on the current information available that I can acquire. So with this, I would like to end my presentation. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Dr. Chang Min-ha, for your excellent and informative presentation on the current trends of South Korean economy and its economic relations with ASEAN countries. Okay, thank you. And then let's move on to the third presenter, Dr. Chen Gang. He's on regional cooperation for climate change. Dr. Chen Gang, please. Dr. Chen.
Professor Park,
Okay.
감사합니다.
Yeah.
Nice to meet you here virtually. Yeah, and also it's my pleasure to meet all the colleagues from South Korea for the 4th year. Today I'm going to talk about these carbon neutrality targets in East Asia. So I think this is a pretty new topic. Of course, climate change itself is not new. And we know that climate change actually is one of the most severe challenges facing human mankind in this century. And last year, I think something significant happened in the world for the process against climate change, which is many countries, including the 3 major economies in East Asia, South Korea, Japan, and China, all committed carbon neutrality by mid-century. For South Korea and Japan, it's 2050, while China pledged to achieve that by 2060. So my topic is how significant it is. Actually, I can give you the answer right now. It's very significant. How? Very, very significant. Yeah. But it's not only about the target. I think it's also about how to achieve the target, or whether we can achieve the target. Because if we look at the carbon emissions, which is a cause for the global warming and climate change, we know that actually the picture in East Asia is not very pretty. Actually, it's very ugly. Yeah. Because when we think about East Asia, we usually talk about the rise of China, the rise of Daehanmingo, the rise of East Asia as a whole, and economic miracles, GDP growth. But if we look at the carbon emissions, we see that actually East Asia, these 3 countries actually contributes about 1/3 of global carbon emissions. Yeah, so if we change the gauge, we can see that actually East Asia actually is facing huge challenges. Aside from these economic miracles, China actually contributes about 28% of the global carbon emissions, number 1 in the world. Japan, 3%, number 5, while Korea is 1.7%, number 7. So you can see all these countries, all 3 economies in East Asia actually rank very high in terms of total carbon emissions in the world. So then we see that last year, all these countries proposed the carbon neutrality targets for the first time. So what is carbon neutrality? Is it achievable? Carbon neutrality actually means that all man-made greenhouse gas emissions must be removed from the atmosphere through reduction measures, thus reducing the Earth's net climate imbalance after removal via natural and artificial sink to 0. So it doesn't mean that you do not really emit any carbon, but it means that you have to achieve kind of net 0 emissions. For example, the carbon sink in China now currently is about 1.1 billion tons. The carbon sink means anything that can absorb carbon dioxide in the atmosphere, like the forest, for example. Yeah. So, and it would increase to 1.9 billion tons by 2060. So this is the carbon sink. So how much China need to cut its carbon emissions? So China's current emissions is about 10 billion tons of carbon emissions. So it needs to reduce to about 1.9 billion tons by 2060. It doesn't need to reduce it to 0, but 1.9 billion tons, which is equal to the amounts absorbed by the carbon sink in the country. So this is the carbon neutrality. So I'm quite sure that if the three countries in East Asia can all achieve this kind of carbon neutrality by mid-century, I think that will do a great help for the whole world to achieve this to achieve the goal set by the Paris Agreement, which wants to limit global warming preferably to 1.5 Celsius degree compared to pre-industrial levels. So now I think the carbon neutrality is not only the targets from these three countries, but now it has become a mainstream consensus for the international society. So we've already seen over 100 countries which signed this Paris Agreement are actively discussing ways to achieving that goal. And economies like the EU, Japan, Korea, Canada, Brazil, Argentina all have already made such commitments. So let's look some of the historical performance of these three countries from the Kyoto Protocol to Paris Agreement. We can see that there's a big difference between Japan and South Korea, China. For Japan, actually, it already regarded itself as an industrialized nation. That's why even for this Kyoto Protocol, which was signed in 1997, Japan had to have kind of mandatory emission cutting targets. While for Korea and China at that time, they regarded themselves as developing country. That's why they do not need to have this kind of compulsory emission cutting targets. Everything is voluntary. So that's why these new carbon neutrality targets for all these three countries is a big change from the previous this 1992 UN's principle of common but differentiated responsibility, which means that Japan, Korea, and China now all regard themselves as kind of mature economy, and they have to cut their emissions. And of course, this cutting is not about 20%, 50%, it's about 100% almost. So that's why I think this carbon neutrality target is very, very significant, as long as all these economies really take this kind of targets very seriously. If it's just a kind of slogan, it's a kind of propaganda, publicity work, of course, it doesn't really matter. So let's look at how China and Korea benefited from this previous Kyoto Protocol clean development mechanism, which allows this kind of developing economy to sell some of its carbon reduction credits to the industrialized nations for some revenues. So this is allowed, totally allowed by the Kyoto Protocol. We all think that Kyoto Protocol has been dead, which is not true. You can see that this kind of carbon trading mechanism set by the Kyoto Protocol, I think still lasting till today. You can see that China is the largest beneficiary from selling this kind of certified emission reductions. So actually the bar you are seeing, it just represents money, I think. So 1 unit of CER means the price for per ton of carbon emission reduction. So you can see that China actually benefits a lot, while South Korea actually is another major beneficiary. You can see that South Korea actually also got a lot of revenue from selling this kind of carbon reduction credits. But now we see that all these countries now committed to these carbon neutrality targets, which means that they turn themselves from suppliers of this kind of emission reduction credits to demanders, to demands. So I think I'm quite sure that in the next few years or in the next decade, the global carbon price will shoot up, because many countries become demand rather than suppliers of this kind of emission reductions. So that's why the carbon neutrality targets last year are very, very significant. Well, now let's look at the real situation. Actually, situation not rosy at all. China's carbon emissions actually still growing, yet to reach its peak. So now we're talking about 100% cut, but it actually hasn't reached its peak yet. Japan and Korea's emissions, of course, declined, but only very recently. Japan failed to meet its target in the Kyoto Protocol. Yeah. While Korea's emission ranking has gone up over time, since other industrialized nations have cut their emissions more aggressively. So I think for East Asian people, they really need to be more climate conscious. Yeah. Relinquish obsessions about cheap coal, car possession, unrestrained infrastructure building, and excessive industrial manufacturing. Emissions outsourced to this region. GDP-centric ideology needs to give way to environment-centric mentality, or from modern to postmodern. So now we measure the performance, political performance of politicians by the gauge of GDP growth, or how much GDP this country has achieved for the past year. I think in the future, probably we need to change this kind of standard from GDP to how much carbon emissions you have cut over the last 1 or 2 years. Yeah, but this is of course not easy. So this is the carbon emissions for these 3 economies. So you can see actually even for China, its emissions did drop since 2013. So we all think that China's carbon emissions keep climbing, but actually for certain years, 2013, 14, 15, and 16, actually its carbon emissions dropped to some extent. So one of the reasons I'm thinking about is that 2013 was the year when Xi Jinping came to power. He was talking about the new normal of the economy and also more attention towards environmental protection. So that's why the emissions actually dropped a little bit. And also 2015, China met this serious stock market crash. Economy had a huge hit. Actually, that may also contributed to this drop of carbon emissions. Yeah, but in general, you can see that all these 3 economies actually, they're declining in terms of emissions, not very significant. Yeah, over the years. Yeah, for China, it's still going up. So what needs to be done to achieve carbon neutrality? I think it will require technical progress in a range of fields, including promotion of renewable energy technology, high voltage, power transmission storage, hydrogen production, new materials. So renewables, I think, probably will be the key. And I think for these 3 countries, only China invested a huge amount of money in the renewables, while actually Japan and South Korea lagged behind. Yeah, I think there are many reasons. I don't have time to elaborate on this. Yeah. So Tsinghua experts actually estimate that the carbon neutral plan will require some $15 trillion investment for the coming 30 years in China. So I think the carbon neutrality definitely will also bring about huge amount of investment in the relevant areas, including renewable energy and power transmission. So it is not only about environmental issues, it's also an economic issue, I think. And the South Korea government, I think probably you all know that Moon Jae-in government announced an ambitious $65 billion Green New Deal during 2020 to 2025 trial. Yeah, this is really, really good. Yeah, Jiangchua, I think, for this Green New Deal. Japanese government will create the first 2 trillion yen fund to support the innovative development of green technologies. Of course, their focus is different. They focus on hydrogen storage, batteries, and carbon recycling. So you can see that all these 3 economies, they have different focus in terms of solution to the climate change. So now I'm going to talk about the situation in each country. For China, you can see that it's really, really a difficult task to achieve this carbon neutrality by 2060. So the blue line actually curve shows this kind of business as usual trajectory, while the orange one shows the roadmap to this carbon neutrality. You can see that actually China really needs to do a lot to cut its emissions from the baseline between now and 2035. So even for 2025, the next 5-year plan, I think China needs to cut about 1/3 of its, about 1/3 of its emissions, which is really, really very difficult. Yeah. So here is a scenario for achieving this target in China. You can see that China needs to cut the consumption of coal by 96% during this period, natural gas 75%, oil by 65%, which I do not think is very easy to achieve. At the same time, they need to increase the wind, solar, or even nuclear power significantly. So Korea's challenges. Nuclear is the only significant low-carbon energy source in South Korea. This is different from China. With renewables like solar and wind making up a negligible share in its power supply. As of 2019, the proportion of electricity from renewable sources to the total generation is 4.8%, the lowest among OECD countries. Korean government targets 40% renewable power by 2034 and the replacement of some coal capacity with liquefied natural gas. Korea is manufacturing intensive, and the contribution of manufacturing sector to carbon emissions has been relatively high, 37% in 2017. So time is up. 2 minutes. Yeah. So here I like to talk a little bit about this manufacturing and service industry. So if a country is making its economic structure from a heavy structure to a kind of lighter structure, I think definitely they can help cutting its carbon emissions. So you can see that some of these kind of carbon emissions actually originated in its economic structures. You need to have some kind of economic structural reforms, to help you cut your emissions. So here you can see that South Korea, the fossil fuel actually still accounts for a large share in its total electricity production. So Japan also has huge challenges. Existing 2030 energy mix plan that targets renewables and merely 20 to 24% of the total is considered insufficient to achieve the carbon neutrality by 2050. The Green Growth Strategy for Carbon Neutral 2050 adopted by Suga Cabinet highlights offshore wind power, hydrogen, ammonium, and nuclear, electric, and fuel cell auto, aircraft, and shipping, logistics. And the material circulation industries. So I do not think they really have a very clear roadmap to achieve this kind of carbon neutrality by mid-century. So according to government targets, renewable energies will generate 50 to 60% of electricity in 2050. But currently, I think it's renewable in its total energy mix or in the power generation is still very, very small. One reason they often use is that Japan does not have very strong sunshine or very strong wind. But recently they realized, we have these offshore spaces. Japan has a very long coastline, which you can tap on to build offshore wind power. So I think it's really not about the natural conditions, it's about political wills in terms of fight against climate change. So I think basically I stop here. Finally, I like to quote Moon Jae-in's word on this carbon neutrality goal. Before it is too late, let's start right now. 좋아요, 짱 좋아. I think this is really great. 감사합니다.
Thank you, Dr. Chen. So another, excellent informative information on carbon neutrality policy among the three Northeast Asian countries. I didn't know that Northeastern states are so bad records, in terms of carbon emission. Anyway, so I hope that there occur kind of substantial regional cooperation among three countries for reduction of the carbon emission. Thank you very much. And then I'd like to invite our designated discussants, Professor Moon and Dr. Yu Hong. So shall we start with the Dr. Moon? Dr. Moon, you have 5 minutes to go.
5 minutes.
5 minutes. Okay.
5 minutes. Okay. So okay, the 5 minutes for commenting 3 excellent papers. Anyway, I try.
Please.
So the Professor Kim's kind of Japanese foreign policy, I think it's interesting, and it has a great promises to be developed further for some solid academic paper. But as some international IR kind of a trainees, rather than a comparative based. So I'm just wondering that, first of all, it's surprising that the Abe's doctrine or the Abe's foreign policy is regarded as some kind of middle path or the middle ground. Usually, from the IR perspectives, I think that the Abe's doctrine is clearly tied with the United States. That the Donald Trump's kind of a East Asian policy actually is a division of labor kind of between the U.S. and Japan in the region. So I think that there should be a little bit more persuasive explanation regarding evaluating Abe's doctrine. And as a related point, I think that probably that your kind of suggestion that the Japan's moves more pro the China steps or anti-South Korea steps, and some of those moves is, I think that still to weak kind of evidence to show that the Suga's administration is moving slightly different from a United States kind of foreign policy. So still, I'm just wondering that whether there's kind of common belief of some Japanese kind of reactive statistics, or there's some kind of client of the United States foreign policy things. I think that you need to find a bit stronger evidence that supporting your kind of pro-activist kind of status. But in that aspects, I want to recommend you to think more deeply about CPTPP type of thing. If you look at the CPTPP, even though the Donald Trump's exclusion from those kind of regional institution building, but Japan surprisingly continued to hold their position and that exercise their leadership to actually implement, successfully launch CPTPP thing. So I think that would be a very interesting case that Japan do make some initiatives and actually demonstrate their leadership, especially in terms of East Asian regional institution building. So I think that case would be a very strong and interesting part for your the research. Secondly, it's interesting to see that South Korea's new southern policy from a Dr. Kyung, and you are much more well acknowledged for all these kind of new southern policies than I, even though I'm South Korean. For basically, that as far as I understand, when the 2017 this policy was firstly announced and then and advertised, public, that it has a very clear kind of the public, some how can you say public attraction is as some kind of the policy, foreign policy goals. And that is, as you see in 2016, the SARD retaliation by China. So there should be some alternatives that South Korea pursue to reducing or diversifying economic dependence to a China issues. And then in 2018, there had been some US-China trade war. So there had been more efforts to move or to change our, that the value chains or the production networks less dependent on China to some other alternatives. And as you said, those things are also related to actively pursuing the new southern policy things. However, as you mentioned, in some sense, this new policy is much more following that actually business or farm level choices that already made by Samsung or some other Korean firms who firstly invested in China, but because of the production cost rising as well as the global chain reconfiguration, they moved to some other ASEAN countries which can offer better production networks, so that these kind of moves from some farm level or the pure economic level, that the network change would lead to some kind of government policies of new southern policies. So as your presentation suggested, I'm thinking about what would be the research question for this research. So for example, what is the motivations that South Korea pursues this okay, new certain policies, or as you mentioned briefly, whether this new certain policy the policy orientation is really effective, really successful in terms of achieving diversifying economic dependence to China, on China, or increasing the economic ties to the other ASEAN countries. Of course, I understand that it is too early to evaluate whether this policy is actually working, because it's too early, right? It's only the 2-3 years, and then the pandemic things and all other things. There have been some disturbing factors here, but I think that would be interesting for continuously thinking of a further, okay, the discussing these issues. And then finally, I think that Dr. Chen goes kind of a climate change issues and then regional cooperation for this issue is, in some aspects, okay, I think that this kind of issue is much more serious one and much more that impending one as compared to other security issues. I'm not sure, but I'm quite sympathetic with the idea that the climate change issue is so critical kind of a threat for the human survival as a whole, so that how to deal with these issues, this global public good, the provision issues, that is very critical. In some sense, security issues that we all have to delve into. So from that aspects, I want that there have been many things informative things that I can learn from your paper, but I want that your paper suggests that how East Asian countries cooperate for these issues. But actually your presentation doesn't mention that issues. You probably suggest that each country's very tough targets and how each country should meet those targets, but how we can make some kind of regional cooperation, regional cooperative arrangements for achieving these goals. So for example, there had been some discussion about the carbon emission trading system at the regional level, okay, East Asian level, like the European countries, or that we all know that there had been some much polluting countries, and then there had been some countries who can have some room for the emissions. So there had been some mutually supportive and reinforcing mechanisms among East Asian countries. And that would be some one important and interesting kind of a subject that we have to look into and find ways of East Asian cooperation for these issues. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Moon. Okay, Dr. Yu Hong.
It's so nice to meet you virtually this time. Also, may I say a big thank you to see all our Korean colleagues here. So I enjoyed the 3 presentation. I think they are all excellent paper. So it's rather for me, it's a learning process, right? So I learned, actually, personally, I learned a lot. So I will give a very quick comments. As you indicated, I only have 5 minutes. So I probably will start from Dr. Jiang Minhua's paper. First, I like Dr. Jiang's paper very much, right? Actually, I agree very much Minhua's analysis, right? So my major takeaway from Minhua's presentation is that the NSP country has yet to become the major manufacturing destination for the Korean phones, right? In terms of replacing China. So in that sense, right, that the Korean government strategy to diversify the market for the export, right, is not being so effective. So my first questions to Minhua, that will be why you think that this Moon Jae-in's NSP strategy has not been so effective? This is the first thing, right? I want to, can you just elaborate more on this? And the second issue is that, as you rightly mentioned, actually you see that the Korea, the economy and the trade ties with NSP country heavily rely on one country, actually it's Vietnam, right? In terms of, you know, that Koreans outbound foreign direct investment to all NSP country. In terms of 2019's figure, actually Vietnam accounting for 45%, right? 45%. And another 30% will be Singapore, another 10% will be Indonesia. So that means that the South Koreans outbound foreign investment to other 7 ASEAN countries could be just neglectable, right? In terms of, you know, like Myanmar, Laos, or Cambodia, right? So it's heavily relies on the Vietnam for the trade and the foreign investment for the Korean companies. Do you think that actually I noticed that actually Korean has actually enjoyed a huge trade surplus. I mean, in terms of trade with Vietnam. Do you think that this kind of that the trade is sustainable in the long run? I mean, with Vietnam. That's the second question. And the third one is that you mentioned about the China-US power competition in terms of the US ban on Huawei and other high-tech companies. I noticed actually for in one of the latest report, right, by the Singapore's Institute of Southeast Asian Studies, actually among the 10 ASEAN countries, the Samsung has enjoyed the highest, I mean, support and endorsement in terms of, for the 5G network equipment, installment. So means ASEAN countries will be welcome the Samsung to enter the ASEAN market for the 5G the equipment. My question is that have you seen that actually Samsung or other Korean company gain much in terms of ASEAN countries in terms of the 5G equipment market? That's my third question. So I probably will have these three questions. Actually, I have many more, right? But I will restrain from myself to these three questions. But I enjoy your paper very much. My comment to my the colleagues, Dr. Chen Gang, I enjoy your paper very much. Actually, I learned a lot about the carbon neutrality, right? So I just a few questions, right? In terms of China's energy mix, right? You talk about that to achieve the China's so-called the carbon neutrality target by 2016. Actually, China have to cut its coal consumption by very substantially, right? So what do you think these the target to massively cut the coal consumption for China is achievable? The question is that that people have floating the idea. So because the coal is relatively cheap for China, so that's why the China is heavily rely on the coal for the energy consumption. So do you think that the idea about the clean coal? What is your assessment on the so-called clean coal? Do you think that clean coal will play some part of this, right? So in terms of the China's the coal consumption in the future, right? And the second question is that you talk about that China have to move to consume more on the so-called renewable energy, right? Particularly for the nuclear power plants, right? As I understand from your paper. So given that the nuclear contamination risk, right? I see in Japan's case, right? So do you think that the China have any this kind of policy enforcement to mitigate the potential nuclear contamination risk in terms of that to further boost about the nuclear energy consumption in the future? That's my two questions for my colleague Dr. Chen Gang. For Professor King, Professor King's the presentation, my major takeaway from your presentation is that actually Japan's foreign policy tend to become more responsive to the domestic pressure and also that the rising nationalist sentiment in Japan. That's more what I understand. But I still a little bit confused about your the presentation. So I'm not quite sure whether or not the Japan's foreign policy actually changed between the previous Abe administration or the current Suga's administration. Any change, right? What is that substantial change about the Japan's foreign policy and the different the prime minister? So the second issue is that you talk about that Japan might join the US so-called alliance or encirclement against China. On the other hand, you say that because the Japan's economic dependence on China is rising. Actually, Japan is facing this kind of dilemma. My question is that to me, right, it's just inconceivable, right, for Japan. You want to pursue the improving the relationship with China, but at the same time, you want to join the US encirclement against China. So what will be, from your understanding, right, your assessment, Japan will pursue, right, in the future? You think that Japan, despite the economic sacrifice or the cost, right, Japan will still pursue this so-called joint with the United States in terms of join the US the encirclement strategy against China. So is that the long-term go for Japan despite the economic cost. That would be, that make China angry. So is that your assessment on this? So I probably stop here. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Yu. So let's get back to our presenters to respond to comments made by the commentators. Okay, Professor Kim.
Yep.
Are you ready?
Thank you very much for the nice comments.
You have you have the 3 minutes or 3 or 4 minutes. Okay.
Okay. Yeah. So let me be really brief. Yeah. Thank you very much for Professor Moon's response. Yes, the Abe doctrine has been regarded as a middle path diplomacy because of its cooperative and accommodating stance with China under the Abe government, while it has been maintaining generally its kind of pro-American, pro-US stance under the Trump administration. So it is defined as a policy, the middle path diplomacy defined as a policy that delicately the balancing its stance between China and the United States while pursuing political alliance with the United States and pursuing economic cooperation with China. But as you aptly point out, what I want to underscore in this study is that both the reactive as well as the proactive state thesis cannot consistently explain Japan's foreign policy behavior over the past decades. As in the case of the TPP thing, those two accounts have been, in a sense, cherry-picking the evidences from the major events to corroborate their own arguments. So the inconsistencies that I want to argue is that those inconsistencies might be because of the changing domestic political situations that has changed over the past decades. And the LDP's constituents have significantly nationalistic and realistic over the past decades, which has been aligned with the Abe government's that sort of middle path strategy. But the middle path strategy, basically the proactive states, those who advocate proactive states or the reactive states, they do not accept that Japan has been pursuing the middle path, because they have been cherry picking those kind of particular evidences and build on their arguments on those selective evidences. So I want to underscore the kind of the significance or the importance of the domestic factors as the determinants of the Japanese foreign policy behaviors, particularly over the past decade. And in response to the Professor Hong's comments, then first of all, I believe the Suga government cannot but continuing the Abe legacy, despite the growing pressure to restore alliance in the region and also to participate in the encirclement against China, because of, as I argued, because of the changing domestic constituents, their political preferences. So the Japan, in a sense, has become more democratic. It's quite ironic, and the irony of the populist democracy. So the Japanese government has become more responsive to the domestic voters, but in general, the voters have become less and less participatory to the electoral, the democracy in Japan. So the LDP has been relying more and more on its core supports over the past decade. So given that facts, I believe the Suga government will have to continue Abe's so-called the middle path, like the diplomacy, considering the dilemma of taking care of those two superpowers for the time being. That's my comments. Thank you.
It is my turn. Professor Park, you need to unmute yourself.
I'm sorry, I've been dead. Okay, Dr. Zhang, you have 4 minutes to respond.
Okay, I will make a very quick 3 points. So first of all, as I mentioned previously, MSP is a diplomatic response to South Korea's MSP is a response to South Korea's diplomatic crisis. As Professor Moon also mentioned, the dispute with China and China's sanctions on South Korea. And later on, the US-China trade war lifted this importance of MSP even more. for the South Korean government. But so far, MSP, this policy has not successfully diversified South Korea's economic reliance on China to the MSP countries, except for the fact that in many developing countries in MSP, there are still many different domestic economic constraints, such as the lack of infrastructure. And I think at the regional level, the FTA also matters. As I think I also mentioned previously, different FTA actually diluted the importance of MSP. MSP now is within this regional production network. South Korea's MSP relations is within this regional division of labor, including China. South Korea has FTA with MSP countries. South Korea also has FTA with China. China also have FTA with these MSP countries. So it's a much more complicated supply chain network today. So it's difficult for South Korea to completely diversify its economic dependence to MSP. And second, Yuhong's question about heavy reliance on Vietnam, it is sustainable in the long run. From the investment figures, it looks like the trade relations will continue to intensify between Korea and Vietnam. And also, if South Korea continue to maintain its comparative advantage in producing technology goods, so then the trade, the economic relations, the economic structure between ROK and Vietnam will continue to be complementary. So the trade between the two countries will continue to progress. And third, about Samsung's investment in 5G in ASEAN. ASEAN welcomes Samsung's investment in 5G from South Korea, but for Samsung, ASEAN is not an attractive investment destination for 5G because of the lack of basic infrastructure in this region, in the developing countries. So actually, Samsung is more interested in investing 5G in the more developed economies. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Chang. Dr. Chen, please, you have 4 minutes to respond.
Okay, thank you. Actually, my title, first, my response to Professor Moon's questions about this cooperation. Actually, my title is carbon neutrality targets in East Asia, how significant it is. I didn't realize that in the program that this title changed to the cooperation in East Asia on the carbon neutrality. But anyway, I think cooperation is also very important. I used to do some research on that. I think you are right. Actually, for the carbon trading, actually, Japan used to be a big buyer for the credits from the carbon reduction credits from China, produced in China. And they also provide, not only provide fund, but they also provide technology, environmental technology to China. But I think in the new circumstance, when China's GDP now is much larger than Japan, I do not think Japan is still wanting to provide such technology. So, but anyway, I think they still have a lot of room for cooperation. First of all, about renewable energy, I think just now I already mentioned different country has different advantages in different kinds of technology. So I think they can exchange this kind of technology, and they can also sell the equipments, relevant equipments to each other. But more importantly, I think it's about these kind of policy and the know-how exchange and the cooperation under this UN mechanism. China already has some kind of cooperation and the dialogue mechanism on the climate change and energy with the United States. I think they still have some kind of cooperation, even despite the current disputes and confrontations. So I think China can also have the similar cooperation mechanism with Korea and also with Japan. This is about cooperation. So I think there's a huge room for these three economies to cooperate. And another from Dr. Yu, my colleague's question on this coal or clean coal. First of all, I think coal definitely is a headache for China in handling this climate change issue. China still heavily relies on coal in the power generation. Clean coal, of course, is a kind of solution, but clean coal is a very expensive technology, and also it consumes a lot of water resources, which China also lacks. So I think China now actually strategy is about developing this wind and the solar power. So you can see that the installed capacity for wind and solar power exploded over the past 10 years. China now is the #1 renewable energy developer for all kinds of renewable energy, solar, wind, and also hydropower. Yeah. So I think that probably they are going to rely on that. Of course, that also has some problems, like the grid problems. Some of the installed capacity are located in the remote western areas where they do not have facility to transmit those power generated from there. Yeah, there are a lot of problems, but I think they are still going to cut the reliance on coal. Yeah, over the years. Yeah, that's my responses. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Chen. Thank you very much for all wonderful and informative and excellent presentation comments in this session. So I would close this session by saying that all of us throughout the conference, including morning session and the afternoon session, prepare the peace and cooperation to the conflicts, confrontation in the region for a better the better reason, a better perspective. I'm sorry, the better security and economic prosperity in this region. So I really hope that all the academic efforts we made today can contribute to revitalizing the cooperation in this region. Okay, thank you very much. I would like to hand over the microphone to organizer, Dr. Jang Min-ha.
Thank you very much. Thank you. His thought for the closing.
Meanwhile, you have to repeat that. You froze for a
Is
moment.
Professor Kim here? May I invite Professor Kim Jong-Yuk to share with the thought for the closing?
Oh yeah. Oh, sorry. Thank you very much for the invitation for this great conference. And I think from the time that have the sharing for session 1 till session 3, it's very informative and great, discussions through all the whole sessions. I think it will be better to have extend for these kind of events through not only for both of us, maybe can have extend some other parties like UK universities or other institute together to have a similar concept, but we have struggling in the East Asia's economy or politics or even business in whatever area subject. So that will be great. So thank you very much for your invitation, and we will keep continue to have these kind of events, and then even better to have joining in other institute. That could be very good for sharing our visions and for the sustaining in future development. I thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Kim. May I now invite Professor Hoffman to present his closing remarks.
Well, thank you. I hope you're going to be able to hear them. There's a dramatic thunderstorm right now hanging over the East Asian Institute, but that has nothing to do with my mood. I'm very pleased with today. I think we've had a fantastic conference with a great exchange, and I really appreciate the inputs from all the scholars. And this is the 4th in a series of conferences with the Kyung University, the College of International Studies, and I already look forward to the 5th. For us at the East Asian Institute, we like to have an increased focus on Korea, and with that, our exchange with Korean organizations is becoming even more important. We see this as a key. This conference, this repeated conference, is a key building block for our ambition at the moment, an ambition to set up a Korea Center at the East Asian Institute. So I do hope that we can very much continue to gather once a year, maybe even more frequently, maybe even more on specific topics to discuss with our colleagues in Korea. So thank you very much, Dean Kim, for your support, for your colleagues' support for this conference. And I'd like to particularly thank Dr. Park Han-kyu for his efforts in organizing the conference from your side. From our side, a special thanks to Chang Min-hwa, Dr. Chang, on her efforts for this, and of course the leadership of Lam Peng-ar in this, and finally the technical support from Mr. James Tan, our head of administration. I do think that for next time we may want to consider putting in the effort to write down the papers and to maybe produce, and I don't know what the follow-up is exactly, but I do hope that we can produce some of the papers. Some of the papers can definitely have the substance to be published, and I hope can pursue that in the future. A final thanks goes to, as almost as by tradition, to the Embassy of the Republic of Korea here in Singapore, and the ambassador who was so gracious to attend and speak to this conference. So thank you all. I think Dr. Chang should declare it as closed, the conference. I thank you once again.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we have now come to the end of the conference. We'd like to thank you again for your participation, and we wish you a wonderful and a relaxing evening. See you next time.